Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Yes, yes, yes. Big bank, take little bank. The Allen Stiles Show, Sacramento Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. The home of the Sacramento Kings, who moved to 23-20 after beating down. Oh, I thought that was Big Bro. I thought you was Big Bro. What happens when little bro has a growth spurt? Things don't look the same, do they? 23-20. First time this season the Kings have been 3 games over 500. And we're going to enjoy this one. You know how we get down. We are going to enjoy this one in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Club Sacktown opens up. You want to get in the club. Okay, we got clips from Draymond. We got clips from Steve Kerr. We got clips from Pedro Martinez. If you get that joke, that's coming. The Kings are my daddy. Phone lines open all day long. Brenden Nunes.
What can I say? Just tip my hat.
That's right.
And call the Yankees my daddies.
Call the Kings my daddy. That's what the Warriors should do. All these Warriors fans, I was curious how this thing was going to go last night. They were loud. They were proud. They were trying to will their Warriors to victory. Hey, at least we always can beat the Kings. Well, no, you can't. You couldn't beat them last season. Okay, second half of last season. Let us not forget, this is not the first time the Warriors have blown a big lead to the Kings. The Kings, they beat the Warriors in an extraordinary fashion to get into that in-season tournament where they eventually lost to the Pelicans. But the Kings, they came back from down big against that Warriors team. Then they beat him again, of course, in the play-in. And then the Warriors come out here. They already beat the brakes off the Warriors in Golden State, in the Bay. They come out here. They're up 18. You know, the writing was on the wall. I'm not even going to lie to you. The first note I have is the honeymoon over. That's the first note I have as I'm watching the game. And then something happened. Then Guy Santos, who Kyle didn't even know existed before yesterday. Then Guy Santos cooled off. Maybe some of that was Steve Kerr. Ask a Warrior fan, not me. Then Guy Santos cooled off. Then DeMar DeRozan got heated up like Bubba Sparks yesterday when we played that. Then Domantas Sabonis continued to say, y'all don't have a guy for me. Quentin Post might actually be a player one of these days. But Quentin Post, yeah, you don't got it. Kevon Looney, you're kind of a shell of himself. Great career. And Trace Jackson Davis going into Office Space, that movie on a Throwback Thursday. What is it exactly that you do here? What are you actually good at? So you didn't have anybody for Sabonis. You didn't have anybody for DeMar DeRozan. You had, and I know the Warriors were injured. We get it. But like De'Aaron said, got to kick them when they're down. They'd be doing the same thing to the Kings if the roles were reversed. You already beat
kick them while they're down.
You already beat the Warriors without De'Aaron, so it don't really matter. Okay? So you didn't have a guy for DeMar DeRozan. Bless Moses Moody for trying his darndest. Okay, I think he was surprised he was actually on the floor. That's how down bad the Warriors were. Did Dennis Schroeder play last night? That's got to be one of the worst trades, the worst return on investments in a trade I've ever seen. The Warriors are cooked. They're done. And like I said yesterday as we talked to Dieter Kurtenbach of KMBR, they are getting forced into, I wouldn't say retirement, but Steph Curry and Draymond Green, they're probably going to get shut down pretty quickly. Dieter did not agree with me. Like I said, I've been hearing some things. But after last night, they got the Bulls tonight. They get to just drive back to the Bay for their back-to-back. The Kings got to get on a plane to Denver. G-Man, we're following G-Man on social media. They basically got in bed, lights out, 4 a.m. this morning. That's what the Kings are dealing with. So a scheduled loss, if I've ever seen one, if they overcome this, I don't know what I'll do. But we're going to talk to Brenden Nunes about all things Kings. That's at 12 o'clock. He's going to be on with us for an hour. And then we will have Ryan Blackburn, who covers the Nuggets. That's at 1:30. So we, on these back-to-backs, we are going to have some fun with the Warriors, but we do have to turn the page fairly quickly. We're going to enjoy ourselves, but we do have to turn the page fairly quickly. And I'm thinking, in my head, when Malik smoked that hammer 180 dunk, I'm thinking, all right, man, the Warriors were kind of due. They have been losing a lot. This might be a bad omen. But the Kings powered through. Malik got a dunk later in the game, hit some threes. We'll talk about De'Aaron Fox and how Coach Christie isn't worried about De'Aaron. I know a lot of Kings fans are. I'd be lying to you if I said that I wasn't. I want to put him on my points banned list for Prop Talk, but I might double down later today because it's going to hit eventually. The bench still needs help. Kevin Huerter essentially phased out. We can all see it. The quiet benching, the silent sitting as we deemed it yesterday. We can all see it. This team isn't perfect. If the Warriors had Draymond Green, if the Warriors had Jonathan Kuminga, maybe they win it. I don't know, but honestly, I don't care. And to all the Warrior fans, everybody knows my background. I grew up in Concord, California. Shout out SeaWorld. And I'm not talking about Shamu. Everybody knows my background. Everybody knows I used to cover the Warriors. Everybody knows I'm from the Bay Area. These Warrior fans, they want to pretend like they don't understand how jobs work. So every time the Warriors play the Kings and all I do is just report, yeah, I have some fun because I got a personality. Deal with it. These Warrior fans that are all over my mentions, every time the Kings beat the Warriors and all I do is sit here and say exactly what happened. Oh, this dude is a traitor. He blah, 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 blah. Do you not have jobs? Do you not understand? Yeah. Do you not understand how jobs work? Do me a favor. Deal with it and shut up. Get out of my mentions. Okay? You enjoyed your time. You got to throw up your fours and get to stepping because this team this season is cooked. Now, that's not to say the Kings are going to win. Who cares? Who cares? The same tired lines you've been saying forever. We ain't living in the past no more. Clay ain't on the Warriors anymore. And last time last I checked, that dude threw up a donut, glazed. So get over it, deal with it. Hopefully you take a swing next season. And if you don't, at least you had a good ride. But your refusal to let people enjoy things when you come to Sacramento, I saw a Reddit. It was those obnoxious fans yelling, light the beam. Brother, you're in Sacramento. Are you dense? So get out of my mentions, okay? Grow up, touch grass, go play catch with your kids, and we'll see you next season because it's cooked this season. It's over. It's over. It's over. And a lot of people have been hitting me up. They hit me up last night because now that the Kings are balling out, a lot of basketball talking heads, I'm still trying to get used to this whole YouTube thing and how these people get these large followings. Hey, shout out to them. I'm not disrespecting them. And a lot of people are saying, Allen, when that dude Legend of Winning said the Kings are back and blah, 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 blah. Allen, you need to call him out on the show tomorrow. Look, I'll give Draper free promo, okay, because that's my guy. Go check out his cameo. Valentine's Day is around the corner. I'll give Draper some promo. I'm not giving Legend of Winning any free promo on this show, okay? We know it was a clown take. Like I said, I called out the clown take. I deleted it simply because I didn't want it to get taken out of context. And here we are, this man victory lapped a report that to this day was never confirmed. Mike Brown wanted to bring DeMar DeRozan off the bench. It was never confirmed. This dude, he tagged me, he tagged Chris Watkins, and he was very loud, victory lapping a take that was never confirmed. Insanity. This is what these are your heroes now, kiddos? This is who you're on right now. So I'm not giving that dude any time on this show. Okay, there is no time. That is the most I will do. The Sacramento Kings now, they move to 10-2 under Doug Christie. All right, They are playing some of the best basketball we've seen, not just this season, I would say in the last 2 seasons. All right? They're the 7 seed right now. And no matter how things start out, you always feel like the Kings are a part of it. They were down 18. Yeah, they were at home. Yeah, all you had to worry about was Steph and Guy Santos and Quentin Post and Lindy Waters. Buddy Hield, I told you. Buddy actually did the revenge game thing. But it just wasn't enough. But you got to take care of business. That's been the motto here with the Sacramento Kings. You got to kick teams when they're down because they will surely be A-Town stomping on you like Draymond did on Sabonis' chest when you're down. So nobody's going to feel sorry for you. Nobody is definitely going to feel sorry for the Golden State Warriors and their ridiculous fans. I got called some crazy words last night by people that actually follow me. It's insane. What did kids say? Cope harder? Is that what the kids say? Cope harder?
I don't think so.
I think it is. Kyle is the fakest Gen Zer out there, so we don't know about Kyle. Cope harder, the copium, whatever you're on, okay? But get out of my mentions. You will be blocked. The Sacramento Kings are doing their thing. They came back from down 18 in the end of the third. They did it on the defensive end, and they did it with DeMar DeRozan. That beginning of the game was crazy for the Sacramento Kings. Like I said, Guy Santos was balling. They could shoot the 3 ball. The Kings tried to go into a zone. I wanted to ask Doug Christie a question yesterday. Yeah, I'm always allowed. They always bang me when it's my turn to ask a question. Warriors then go 1 for 10 from the third, 3-point land, and the Kings get it done. Crazy show for you. If you could tell, I'm still off the coffee. I didn't make the fast fully because they had some really good food in the media hall yesterday, but I made it pretty darn far. And I did get a fortune cookie, as I showed everyone, calling me a 6 man. Really? Well, if I'm Keon Ellis, I'll take that every day of the week. The Kings continue to roll, fully loaded show like a baked potato. We get to the Kings Warriors notes next, and we open up the Club Sacktown. Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Hey, this is Greg Pop-Up. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
It is time. We're about to get into some of these stats here and how the Kings bested their besties. Well, the opposite of their besties, the Golden State Warriors. By the way, I'm not sure how many people are able to see the pregame. Coach Christie, he was, how do I put this? He was not taking the bait on the Warriors stuff. And this is a dude who obviously we know he's seen some real you-know-what with the Lakers. And he's seen some real rivalries. And he got asked questions multiple times on the front of the Warriors rivalry and being a part of the rivalry from a head coaching standpoint. He did not take the bait. I think it's a rivalry. Some people may think it's a rivalry. He didn't necessarily say it wasn't. He just kept doing the coach thing where he said, it's just our next opponent of, the fans. He said the fans will have extra juice, but we have to do our job. Where I feel like Mike Brown, maybe with the connection to the Warriors, he leaned into it a little bit more. Doug Christie was not taking the bait. I think that I think that actually might make the rivalry better in a way, maybe less chummy because of that connection between Mike Brown and Steve Kerr. There are a couple ways to look at it, but this one where it's, I don't know nobody over there. I don't really mess with nobody over there. That to me might make the rivalry even spicier than, at the end of the day, it's all love. We have this familiarity. It's a different level. And the last time they played, there was a little spiciness out there in the Bay. Last night, there wasn't too much just because, number one, Draymond wasn't out there. But I did notice that. And if you did get to watch that pregame, he was definitely asked a couple times and he was not taking the bait.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about the rivalry because it is a rivalry. I'm not going to let anyone say otherwise. I mean, the Kings got knocked out by the Warriors in the playoffs in a winner-go-home 2 years ago.
Yeah.
The Kings knocked the Warriors out of the playoffs in a winner-go-home the year before. They've had fights. They've had friends that are shoe deal aligned.
Mm-hmm.
You have the Mike Brown, Steve Kerr thing. You have Steve Kerr calling out the Kings when they fired Mike Brown.
Right.
And now look at what Doug Christie. You have the
which I think, not to get too far, I think there's something there. There's something there for sure.
Yeah, so there's so much storylines and drama and stakes to this rivalry that I hope it keeps getting built up.
Yeah.
But I don't necessarily expect the coaches and players to do it unless it's, on the court drama, like Draymond setting the screen or stomping on the chest or whatever else might come from it.
That's what it was. It was Steve Kerr accusing Keon of flopping. And I think that was one of the first interactions we'll say between Coach Christie and Steve Kerr. All right. It's time, back by popular demand.
Oh, yes.
I have people coming up to me at the game. They will stop by the media section, and you can always stop by the media section and say, what's up? You know where I'm at during games. I have people coming up to me during the media section saying, Allen, Kyle's got to open up the club again. Okay, I'm trying to take my daughter to the doctor, right? And I'm getting stopped. Allen, Kyle's got to open up the club again. I'm on a run. So a car pulls up to me. I don't know what's happening. They say, Allen, Kyle's got to open up the club again. I'm trying to get some food. All right, just eat a nice burger. After I order the food, he says that'll be $21.99, and also Kyle's got to open up the club again. So when you beat the Warriors, this is a reason.
Oh, boy.
To open up the club again. Kyle!
Are you ready?
Club Sacktown, open it up.
It's time?
Open it up. Oh, yeah.
Light the beam! Light it! Light the beam! Light it! Light the beam! Light the beam! Light the beam! Light it!
Honestly, I'm booing myself. Honestly, I'm booing myself. Honestly, I'm booing myself.
Kick them while they're down. 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 Kick them while they're down.
Move on, bro. Move on, bro. Move on, bro. Move on, bro.
Honestly, I'm booing myself. Honestly, I'm booing myself.
Kick them while they're down.
Move on, bro. Move on, bro. I hate that damn beam. I hate that damn beam. I hate that damn beam. We do not care. We do not care. Light the beam! Light the beam! Light the beam!
The club
Light
is
it!
open. The club is open. Can Steve Kerr get in the club?
I feel very fortunate, to work in an organization that really values continuity.
No, he can't get in the
Frankly,
club.
Insane.
He can't get in the club.
Frankly, insane.
Can Draymond get in the club?
Move on, bro.
No, he can't get in the club.
I hate that damn bean.
Can Steph Curry get in the club? I just think Steph enough. Steph Curry can't get in the club. I just think Steph enough. They can't get in the club.
Honestly, I'm booing myself.
Doug Christie's in the club.
Going to the other quarter.
Doug Christie's in the club. Come on.
Going to the other quarter.
DeMar DeRozan. He's in the club. No. DeMar DeRozan. He's in the club. Malik Monk. He's in. Malik Monk.
I'm
He's
a pizza
in.
guy. I'm a pizza guy.
Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray.
What's up, Sacramento?
Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray.
What's up, Vancouver? What's up, Sacramento?
De'Aaron Fox.
This brother De'Aaron Fox.
Fox.
Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter.
Yes, it does.
Doesn't really matter.
Yes, it does.
Doesn't really matter.
Great stuff, Kyle.
He lost a lot of pounds. He was fat.
The club.
Gotta go.
The club open. Not even 10:30. Bring your coffee into the club.
The
This some
club
Vegas
is
stuff,
popping
man.
at 10:22 on a Thursday.
That's right. G Money says on the Sack Chat, I need to burn a burn CD of this song. It is Throwback Thursday. We could burn some CDs. Zach says, shout out DJ Kyle. And the soundboard.
We do not care.
The soundboard has to have 100 buttons on it. There you go.
DeRozan, I think they should probably even try to throw him on the bench.
That's right. How can we forget? Low.
There's so much happening, dude. I swear. There's so many sounds we didn't get to.
My daddy. My daddy. My daddy. My daddy. My
That's
daddy.
right.
My daddy.
Thank you, Pedro. Say it, Warriors fans. The Kings are my daddy. That's the truth.
My daddy.
I hate that damn bean.
We know, Draymond. We know.
Move on, bro.
Who else is in the club, Kyle? They're all in the club.
I really just be chilling for real.
Keon
be chilling in the club.
Keon does seem like the type to be in the club. He's got a bottle. If we were to look at the Kings players as club personality, Malik's on the dance floor, obviously.
Yeah.
He might be the only one on the dance floor, though.
I don't know. I think Sabonis can rip it.
Sabonis might get on the dance floor.
Going to the other quarter.
Keon and De'Aaron just chilling in the back. I think Devin's on the dance floor as well. I think Trey Lyles on the dance floor as well.
Trey Lyles movement.
Thank you, Lo. All right, great
God
stuff.
blessing me with his body.
Careful there, Devin. Careful there. By the way, some reports coming out about Devin. We'll get to the Cam Johnson stuff. Mark Stein essentially saying a lot of, I guess, the opposite of what we've been hearing. Apparently, nothing has moved on the Cam Johnson front for the last couple of weeks, and Devin Carter and that body is one of the main reasons.
God blessing me with his body.
Let's get to the box score, how the Kings took care of business on the other side. The club is still open, and now it's club 916-339-1140. If you want a victory lap, the new little brother, the Kings just had the growth spurt. You want a victory lap, the Warriors? The floor is yours. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Domantas Sabonis plays here.
He finds Sabonis, put the frosting on the cake, put the cherry on the sundae. Sabonis with a two-hand flush makes it 114-106.
Sacramento Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Welcome to your Thursday. Getting out the door to a chilly start once again. Grab the shades as well. You'll put them to use. Plenty of sunshine in the forecast today, along with light winds. Afternoon highs will peak in the lower to mid-60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Happy New Year! Coach Christie here letting you know it's never been easier to drive into the new year in a new Kia. Take advantage of special low finance rates and zero down deals with approved credit right now at Folsom Lake Kia.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx saved you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, Folsom Lake Ford. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, like America's best-selling F-Series. Check out a huge selection of Mavericks, F-150s, and Super Duty trucks, or tech-filled SUVs like Explorers and Expeditions. Plus a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. All in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with 0 down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest finance rates. And Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they are my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. For 35 years and counting, come down and take a test drive today. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
This is Monster Jam. Witness big air, 2-wheel skills, backflips, and all-out racing. It's the only place to see the world's best drivers tear up the dirt in your favorite Monster Jam trucks, like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Megalodon, and more. It's big-time fun for the whole family. Monster Jam, as big as it gets. Coming to Golden One Center this week. Brought to you by BKT Tires. Lock in your seats today at monsterjam.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the ultimate lunch lineup boasts wall-to-wall sports and scenic views. When you're hungry and in a hurry, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge. Cruise into 2025 in a brand new Corvette. Play your favorite slots and table games daily to earn entries. Plus, get 1 free daily entry and score 100 bonus entries every Monday and Tuesday. Then, join us every Saturday in January for a chance to win prizes up to $25,000 cash or a shiny new Corvette. Visit skyriver.com for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older.
This year, resolve to save on the all-new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy. With $8,000 off MSRP after rebates on over 30 new half-ton Silverado LT and RST after rebate. And Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections of new 2025 Silverados in the Sacramento area. $8,000 off new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, lease, and some offers. Nice 2011 or newer Chevrolet.
Wiggins on top. Steal. Malik Monk. Pass intended for Schroeder. Monk with a 2-hand. Ripperoo. Kings tie the score at 107.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Great stuff from DJ Ledbetter as we opened up Club Sacktown in the last segment.
We established this, Alan. My perfect DJ name is DJ LED.
That's right, DJ LED. How could I forget? The Sack Chat is asking for a CD. 916 on the text line says, is this the start of Kyle's DJ career? He's got bangers. And Rob from Rancho says, I second that. I need a CD as well. So great stuff from DJ LED. By the way, about to get to this box score and just kind of recap what happened last night against the Golden State Warriors. We will be joined by Brenden Nunes at 12, and we will be joined by Ryan Blackburn, who covers the Denver Nuggets. That's at 1:30. But by the way, we are building a community here on the Allen Stiles Show. You know, a lot of you have been rocking with me. It's been over a year now, it's crazy to think. It's gone quickly. A lot has happened. A lot has evolved and changed, but such is life. And what we do like to talk about on this show, not as much, I would get in trouble with Boss Man if I talked about it as much as sports, but food. So somebody on the Sack Chat, so we need help, okay? Somebody on the Sack Chat is looking for birria tacos. Okay, I don't know if I missed something, but someone's got a hankering for some birria tacos for lunch. So the Sack Chat is helping them out, but text line as well. Somewhere in the Sacramento area, who's got the best birria tacos? And I will read them off to help out the Sack Chat so they can grab some tacos for lunch. Amid Rock says birria boys. Okay, that's the first one. So is there anywhere else? And I'm kind of asking for myself as well. So help us out there. And last but not least, before we get into this box score, Kyle is getting roasted because a lot of people are saying Kyle probably doesn't even know what a CD is. And I think we have another Gen Zer on the text line saying, bruh, a CD? What year we in? Put that jam on my Spotify, brother. Yeah, Kyle, you know what a CD is?
What's a CD? Compact disc?
I will not lie, though. When I see old records, right? Videos of the old records, and somebody comments and says, I still have no clue how any of this works. I agree. I don't know how that works. I don't know how CDs work. I don't get it, but I know what they do.
I know how CDs work because I personally don't own CDs of music. However, I am of the age where my parents had CDs of music.
Gosh,
so
this is crazy.
I've played CDs on an old what is it? It's like the combo like VCR, and you can put music into it too. We had one of those in our house, but no, I have never purchased a CD of music.
That is insane. It's Throwback Thursday. You're being disrespectful, Kyle.
I've had Spotify since I was in the 6th grade, dude.
I do remember a time, and I can't believe I'm saying this on the air. I do remember a time where, we had a record player. And what we had the combo where it was a record player and a CD player. So the record, you could, I'm trying to get my DJ on, and I got yelled at by my mom because, I was messing up the records. And you could do the wicket, and I was very confused as to why I wouldn't do it with a CD. So I tried to do it on a CD, and I felt like the biggest idiot in the world because clearly it's not going to work on a CD. But hey, you got to try these things out. You know what I mean? I'm like, why aren't they spinning CDs? Because they're read different.
That's the great part about being a kid, right? You get to discover old technology and be dumb around it.
Have you ever played a cassette?
No, I've never. I have seen a cassette, but I've never used a cassette in my life.
That's enough. Well, look, I'll tell you this much: the Kings went back into the Throwback Thursday. It was a way back Wednesday last night where the Warriors looked like trash again, and the Kings looked like they looked in the early 2000s as the Kings take care of business, and they now move to 23-20, 123-117. The final score. The Kings were down as much as 18 points. And it was quite the game. You want to hear the craziest stat from last night before I get into the actual box score? The fast break points, right? You know how the Warriors, they play fast, they do this, they do that. Fast break points. And this is not a typo. I looked at Brenden. I thought it was a typo. Fast break points. Kings 28. Warriors 0. The Warriors were 0 for 2 on fast break opportunities. Only got 2 fast break opportunities. 0 fast break points for the Golden State Warriors.
Man, this is a shell of the Golden State Warriors, man. There were times where I could see Steph pointing at people like, set a screen here so I can catch and shoot. And it's just, he was trying to find, I can't remember if it was Santos or Post in the corner, but it just double team, toss it, guy just kind of bumbling towards the ball. There's so many of those.
And you know what's a crazy thought I had? When you play a game, right? And you know I'm not a big gamer, but I did the PS2 thing back in the day. And you're playing Mortal Kombat or Tekken 5, and whoever you're playing, your brother, your sister, your cousin, is just spamming the same thing, okay? I remember Street Fighter with Chun-Li, and if you pressed whatever button as many times as you could press it, she starts kicking the crap out of you. That was basically the Kings with double-teaming Steph Curry. And it got to a point where I'm thinking, I don't feel bad for Steph. This is how you play the game, but there's literally nothing they can do. There was no adjustment to be made. And all Steph could do is pray that Guy Santos, Buddy Hield, and Lindy Waters III could make open shots. Like I said, the Dennis Schroeder thing was just a complete miss. I don't know he didn't even start. Last night, Dennis Schroeder didn't even start. That's insanity.
Yeah, the Warriors so many times in the second half where they just couldn't get anything going. It was Steph takes the ball up the floor, throws it to the big man who comes to the center circle. Big man sprays it for a wing three-pointer, and the three-pointer's no good. It was like all they had. While the Kings were going on their run. It was just nothing there.
Nothing there. Andrew Wiggins balled. Andrew Wiggins balled out. And the question I was going to ask Coach Christie, and I was just having some fun. Kings PR, don't get mad at me or what I said in the first segment. But Andrew Wiggins, 25 points. What I was going to ask Coach Christie is, when dudes like that, and Andrew Wiggins is probably one, there's nobody else to circle. When dudes like I said, a Quentin Post hits a couple shots or a Guy Santos hits a couple shots, and he had 16. When dudes like that start to get hot, what is the balance between making sure you don't lose because of it, but not straying away from your game plan? Because you got Andrew Wiggins, who I think, Andrew Wiggins is probably going to have a night. And that was probably the easiest over, besides, I would say, Steph's assist, because we knew they weren't going to let Steph, just do his thing. So Steph had 12 assists last night. Andrew Wiggins, 25 points. GP2 had 8. And the fact that they're running GP2 as an actual guard tells you all you need to know about that lineup. Kevon Looney, just nothing. Buddy Hield, 17 points. Steph Curry, 14 points. Like I said, 12 assists. Moses Moody had 11. Trace Jackson Davis had 11. Lindy Waters III had 3. Dennis Schroeder, just a nightmare situation, 7 points. Quentin Post had 5, and Guy Santos had 16. And you got to think at least 12 of those points was in the first half.
Well, I'll tell you exactly what it was. It was 11. He hit 3 3-pointers.
Yeah.
His previous career high for a half was 8 points and 2 3-pointers. So literally it took the best half of basketball of Guy Santos's career. I know people will hear us, saying how terrible the Warriors were, and we'll ask the question, well, how did the Kings go down 18 points at halftime? And part of that answer is Guy Santos hitting 3-pointers.
Yeah.
But also, the Warriors as a team were 14 for 26 in the first half from 3.
Yes, they shot 45% from 3, and that's with going 1 for 10 in the third quarter.
Yeah, and so they were just hitting the threes early, and that regression came in. But also, the Kings just had a really bad first half offensively.
Yeah.
20 points in the first quarter. They shot 39.5% from the field, which was the second time in Doug Christie's tenure they shot under 40% in a half. 20-point first quarter was the lowest total of Doug Christie's tenure. So just a really bad offensive start was kind of the explanation for it. And as we saw, that turned around and it was just no contest.
We will get to the Kings side of the box score, who balled out, who did their thing on the other side. And we open up the phone lines, 916-339-1140. How you feeling about the Sacramento Kings as they hit the road for 6 really tough ones? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Intercepted by Fred Warner.
Faithful to the Bay.
Fred gets up and runs back the other way 30.
Don't miss the excitement of 49ers game day. Secure your spot at Levi's Stadium for the 2025 season.
20, one block and he's in.
Season tickets are available now. Inventory is limited, so to speak with a representative, call 415-GO-49ers.
Touchdown!
That's 415-GO-49ers.
San Francisco!
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder, thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With over 500 new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Hey, it's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, and the regular season is over, but the high hand bonuses, those are not. $500 per primetime football game, whether it's weekend, Monday night, whatever it may be. And those bonuses, available until the season ends, including the big game on February 9th. Capital Casino, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com. Please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Shout out to the Sacramento Kings. He went viral earlier this week. Little Sweet Rider, the Sacramento Kings fan who was yelling "Light the Beam." That was actually his first game. And the Kings, they did it up for him last night. The Kings, they set up a one-of-a-kind experience with him for his second game. He got to pass De'Aaron Fox the ball in some of the pre-games. He was featured during the game. He got to hop on the post-game with Morgan and Deuce as well. So shout out to the Kings making that happen. That was really, really cool. He got a gift bag. So that is a Sacramento Kings fan for life, and that is how it is done. That's how an organization takes care of business. So that was really cool to see. And it almost didn't seem like a storybook fairy tale ending for the Kings when you looked up and they were down 18 to Steph Curry and the crew. That's literally what it was. Steph Curry and some dudes. I don't even think they're Jags. I don't think they were just the guys. Steph Curry and some dudes that you probably haven't heard of, Quentin Post and Guy Santos, and you're probably thinking, oh, I remember GP2, and you probably, if you don't follow the Warriors, you probably don't know who Lindy Waters III is, and then you think, oh yeah, they did get Dennis Schroeder. Why isn't he starting? And you also say, oh yeah, Buddy Hield is on that team. So a bunch of just random dudes. And, you know, Andrew Wiggins, he had to have the game of his life. I wouldn't call it the game of his life, but he had to have a really good game just for the Warriors to compete. And they did so much in the first half, and you just felt like, you know, they just didn't have enough. And if the Kings stuck to their game plan, if they could make some shots, then they would be able to take care of business. In that first half, it was a 20-point first quarter, the fewest scored under Coach Doug Christie. They were 39.5% from the field. Second time shooting under 40% at halftime under Doug. Golden State, that second quarter, they had 41 points, 14 of 24, 8 of 13 from three-point land. That's good for 61% from three. Outscored, they were plus 13. Guy Santos had 11 points, and Kyle will know his name moving forward.
Oh, he's now one of those legendary guys like Delano Banton, or Julian Champagny. He's one of those guys now. But
that's the thing with the Kings, right? Like, they have powered through these random games. When what was his name? Skylar Mays from the Blazers, when he went off last season and the Kings lost. The Kings have had random dudes ball out, and they've still won games.
I mean, PJ Washington was a random dude when he went for 40 against the Kings and beat them.
And you thought, and Dinwiddie had a great game that game too. And you're just thinking, oh, okay, it's going to be one of those nights.
The one I always remember, Alec Burks had a 20-point first half for the Pistons last year.
Yeah. So that's how the Kings started to take care of business. And even though they weren't in the first half, third quarter, DeMar DeRozan, 19-point third quarter, most as a Sacramento King. That was a 16-4 run. And 3:30, the 3:30 mark, Steph was left off the floor to end the third. And look, that's what they're doing. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. You know, they're not trying to get Steph over that 30-minute mark, which is realistic. I get it. But again, when your other options are GP2, who is a guard, not a guard, in a guard's body, and Buddy Hield, that's a problem. That was a tie game, 85-85, and Keon at that point had a Tony Snell, which means that he did not have any stat recorded.
It was, I remember it, 15 minutes played, 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 1 steal, 0 blocks. He was just doing cardio.
In that third quarter, DeMar DeRozan had, and we'll try to get that, we have that sound for you. DeMar DeRozan, 7 for 7 from the field, 4 for 4 from free throw. And in the post game, he was asked about how he turns things on in the second half. And honestly, it's a testament to his IQ, his basketball IQ and his basketball acumen, because he literally treats it like a boxer. He says in that first half, he's seeing how he's being guarded. He is just checking out how the team is planning on defending not just him, but the team. And in the second half, at that point, that's where he decides to make his moves and picks his spots. So if it feels like DeMar DeRozan is turning it on in the second half, that's because it's either a situation where somebody else is balling out in the second half, or DeMar DeRozan is diagnosing what's happening. And then once the second half comes around and he understands the defense, that's when this man attacks. In the fourth quarter, Buddy Hield was shushing the Sacramento crowd after he hit his 5th three-pointer of the night. Like I'm telling, there were some good reads last night from me. Besides the biggest read for me was the biggest miss with De'Aaron Fox. Kings 13-0 from a point perspective, don't get me wrong. Kings 13-0 run right after Buddy Hield did shush the crowd. Then that was a crazy back and forth. And I was talking to Kevin John at ABC. He was sitting next to me, and Brenden was on my left. And it was just Warriors going to run, timeout. Kings going to run, timeout. It felt like, I know the Australian Open is going on. It felt like a tennis match at that point. And at some point, somebody was going to have to power through. So the Kings go on a 13-0 run, timeout. The Warriors go on an 8-0 run, timeout. The Kings that went on a 14-4 run to finish the game. 8 of the final 12 points at the free throw line. Fox, DeMar, and Malik go 8 of 8. They're number 2 in free throws and free throw percentage this season, which is something that I don't want to spend too much time on free throws because it's not the most exciting thing in the world. But just know in the back of our minds, that's probably the craziest stat of this season.
Last night's game had so many crazy things happen. 94% as a team at the free throw line on 32 attempts. They shot 94% from the free throw line.
Yeah.
I think if this was 1 year ago on this exact date, the Kings lose that game simply because of the free throws.
And there have been other games like that where you need to knock down, and they just look comfortable, right? And maybe, I hate to do it, maybe it is also a testament to how they're playing and how now, to be fair, their free throws, that was really the only positive pre-Doug Christie this season. They've been shooting free throws very well this whole season.
That's a big DeMar DeRozan thing.
Huge.
When you add an 85% foul shooter who's shooting 87%, it changes the game at the free throw line.
And maybe all it takes is bringing in somebody to just say, guys, it's not that hard. You just sit at the free throw line and you just take care of business. And that's what the Kings have been doing. The end of the game, Doug challenges that foul on Moses Moody at the 3-point line. I had my buddies texting me saying, didn't Sabonis foul him anyway? And my response was, probably, but Moses Moody decided to hit the splits. And that overruled everything. He didn't need to do that. And I started joking with him saying, that's why Steve Kerr never plays him. That's why Steve Kerr don't let him off the bench. Now, I'm just kidding. I think Moses Moody should play more, and he normally is a Kings killer. He had 11 in this game in 25 minutes. But, yeah, the end of the game right there where you have a random splits that just wasn't really necessary. I think we all knew that was getting overturned, and that's exactly what happened. So the Kings, they do what they've been doing, and they take care of the Golden State Warriors, who are just asking for this season to be over. I mean, if they could just put in a white flag for the rest of the season, I think they would do that. The 10 seed, there's no coming out of that 10 seed. We are actually, by the way, we are 2 weeks away. Today, we are 2 weeks away from the trade deadline. So if any of these teams, whether it be the Warriors, the Lakers, whoever, two teams who, by the way, already made moves, Dorian Finney-Smith, and the Lakers are getting Warrior fans are down bad because the Lakers are getting Vanderbilt back. I call him Vanderflop. We haven't seen him in about 2 years. All he's been doing is modeling on the sidelines for the Lakers
and draining fluid from his knee.
That's right, over and over again. He's coming back this weekend against the Warriors. So it does not, and which at this point, I'm so ready to say the Warriors are done that this is actually a bad thing because I'm actually rooting for the Warriors because the Lakers need to lose some games, but they're getting Jared Vanderbilt back just in time to face the Warriors. That's another L for the Warriors. I don't see the Warriors. They're not winning that game. They still won't have Draymond. They still won't have Kuminga. Anthony Slater said that Jonathan Kuminga is, I think, still a couple weeks away. So the Warriors are not. I do not see them helping out the Kings as they take on the Lakers. They still have the Bulls tonight, but they have the Lakers later in the week, and I don't see them helping the Kings as it pertains to the Lakers. Let's keep the conversation going. We're going to have some fun with Steph Curry. The Kings slay the Steph Curry beast as they lock down Steph. And we also get to Christie's Cuts. Let's hear from the one and only Doug Christie. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find Kevin Herter is Sacktown Sports.
Herter's open, steps into three. He's got the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Herter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
It's time to turn up the volume on live entertainment. Check out the Sacktown Sports live events calendar for the hottest events and shows coming your way. On February 18th, catch the incredible Miles Kennedy at Ace of Spades. His powerful vocals and raw talent will leave you speechless. Then gear up for an adrenaline-packed night with a Thunder Showdown boxing event at Thunder Valley on March 8th. Who will come out on top in the ring? Be there to find out. On March 9th, don't miss the legendary John Oates live at the Crest Theater, bringing you iconic hits and timeless melodies. If you're a country fan, mark your calendar for March 16th, when Alexandra Kay brings her heartfelt songs to Ace of Spades for an unforgettable evening. And on March 29th, get ready to rock the night away as Papa Roach and Rise Against take over the Golden One Center with an electrifying performance. Don't miss these amazing events. For more information and your chance to win tickets, head to SacktownSports.com. Sacktown Sports, your front row seat to the Sacramento area's best live entertainment.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-292-7788. 800-292-7788.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave coming to you from my good friends at American Energy. Look, it's already cold outside. It's only going to get colder. American Energy wants to help you stay warm and make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of the $49 tune-up inspection. Normally $119, $49 right now, and that includes a full safety and duct inspection. And check it out. If your system's over 10 years old, and I'll bet it is, the tune-up, it's free. It's free from a company that's been in business since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ Better Business Bureau. Check their Yelp, check their Google reviews. Don't take my word for it. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. If you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Check them out at theaeway.com and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sun is shining, the chairlifts are spinning. That's right, stellar weather here at Palisades. What are you waiting for? Hop in your Toyota and head on up here. I'm Johnny Mosley, and this is your Thursday Toyota Tahoe Report.
Thanks, Johnny. Today will be sunny with a high near 48 and calm winds. Tonight will be mostly clear skies with a low around 33, and tomorrow will be mostly sunny with a high near 47. Perfect for skiing. This report is brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Hey, Sacramento Kings fans, join us at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive Sacramento Kings watch party on Thursday, January 23rd versus Denver. Complete with 360-degree viewings, surround sound, MCs, giveaways, and prizes. See you there.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
I told y'all I've been on a Carter 3 hype. Kyle don't know nothing about this.
Yeah, to the left. If you want to lead, be my guest, you could step.
Lil Wayne for you.
You know what? I've never heard this song, but
oh my goodness,
man, this is great.
Do you know who Babyface is?
Yes, I know who Babyface is.
I'm just don't.
Of course, I know who.
Don't say it like that. I don't know.
Come on. If it's after 2015, I probably know who it is.
All right. Well, this was. Speaking of, this actually reminds me of something because this album came out my senior year, and a lot of people have feelings about this album, especially me. If it's nostalgic for you, I'm thinking about Prom and Lollipop, things like that. Let me get to the point here. Was still playing it as I stepped on the campus of Sonoma State University, and I had a lot of big dreams to play baseball at Sonoma State University. Didn't end up working out, and I ended up at Temple University in Philadelphia, but I wanted to give some time to Sonoma State quickly, just because Sonoma State, it was announced that did they not only lose their baseball program, they actually lost all of their athletic programs. That came out yesterday. I have a lot of friends that did finish at Sonoma State. I have a lot of close friends that I met at Sonoma State, and still it was some that were in my wedding that I still talk to this day. We all had dreams of kind of playing there, and some did, some didn't. And Jalen Wells, who was a really good story, or is a really good story. Jalen Wells, a local kid, ended up going to Sonoma State for a year and then went to Washington State, where he played with Isaac Jones. So, yeah, my heart goes out to all of the student athletes that were affected by that. Funny enough, Temple University, where I did finish, they lost their baseball program too. They still have their other programs. But, yeah, it's tough right now for college athletics. I really don't know where this thing is going by the time Baby Styles is 18 and ready to go to school. I don't know what college athletics will look like. But, yeah, sad stuff coming out of Rohnert Park. Shout out Rohnert Park, the Sonoma State Seawolves. Sad day for a good school with good people. And, yeah, just you hate to see it. So wanted to just give a second, because that came out and I was just kind of flabbergasted. The same way I was flabbergasted at how the Kings were able to bottle up Steph Curry. The Kings slayed the Steph Curry beast and exercised the demons of Golden One centers pass. In the first half, the Kings were -2 in the 7:39 that Steph Curry was off the floor after being outscored in Stephless first half minutes. Sacramento bounced back in the third quarter, 16-4 run in the 3:30 that Steph sat. The tie game happened. It was 85-85. Then they pulled away from that tie with Steph as -8 in the fourth quarter. And this is where I'm at with the Warriors, right? I mean, you're fighting to get a 10 seed. Steph's got that fluid in his knee. Are you going to run him into the ground to get the 10 seed? That, like I said, we had Dieter on the show yesterday at KMBR. And by the way, KMBR, this is where the Warriors fans are at right now. KMBR, they just posted the 37-point quarter with Klay Thompson. I guess the anniversary was today or is today. That's where they're at right now. Okay, they're talking about stuff that was nearly a decade ago. You talk about Throwback Thursday. That's all they have to look forward to. So that's where they're at in the Bay. But you have the Kings, who I said this joke about Tekken or Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat. They were basically just spamming the same move over and over again. Like let's be honest, there was a glitch in the game. Can we be honest? There was a glitch in the game. And look, Steph is out here defending the organization. We don't want to blow. Okay, whatever. So nobody feels bad for Steph, but I'm kind of struggling, Kyle, if I'm being honest, because it was a bit of a cheat code. And I'm not saying it's anybody's fault, but yeah, if you're going to lose because Guy Santos drops 30, okay, that's fine. If Andrew Wiggins wants to drop 40, okay, that's fine. Nobody's feeling sorry for the Warriors, but I'm not really sure what to do with the defense of Steph Curry because they were just spamming doubles the whole game.
I think the larger point is the injuries were probably the reason I don't think they could have done that same strategy if Draymond and Kuminga were playing.
Agreed.
But because it was Steph, Wiggins, and dudes.
Yes.
Not even Jags. The Jags were all on the injured list or in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Like the just guys on the floor, they could run that strategy. But yeah, I do I give them props for the defense because
do what you got to do. Do what you got to do, but I'm not going to sit. I don't think I'm going to sit here and say, man, look at how, I don't know if I even want to count it the same way. Man, look how the Kings shut down Steph. I mean, they should have, they only had one dude to guard.
I'm going to give Keegan some props though. Like Keegan was doing a great job guarding Steph when it was one-on-one. Now,
towards the end of the game, it was one-on-one. Yes.
Keegan, and in the third quarter, you had some of it too, but every time they got Steph and ISO, it was a double team. And it's fine that they did that. That's the best strategy to go with. It's not dishonorable or anything to
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in the world of dominant defensive performances, the way I look at Keon Ellis in the play-in game, completely different to how I looked at last night.
Yeah, which again is kind of the reason why the Kings as a team kind of slayed that Steph Curry beast.
Yeah.
Because it was double teams. It was Domas coming out on doubles, which I thought was really interesting that they just said, what was his name? Quentin Post or whatever. We just don't care about you.
Right.
Like Domas will go double team. What are you going to do?
Well, I mean, Quentin Post, the Warriors picked him up and he's really just been recently getting time. And that's where the Warriors are at. They left last night thinking, we need to give Quentin Post more run. And I actually think he's going to be a decent player. He can shoot the three ball out of Boston College. So I do think he's going to be a decent player. We don't know how good he'll be, but that was the Warriors' takeaway. They're just looking. And we talked about the Trace Jackson-Davis thing. They start Kevon Looney because of the last time Domantas Sabonis owned Trace Jackson-Davis, and Kevon Looney is just kind of a great career. If you're ever bored, look up Kevon Looney before the hip surgeries. He looks like Kevin Durant, and he transformed his body. Good on Kevon Looney, but he's cooked, bro.
Yeah,
he's cooked.
And I guess to the benefit of the Kings, because Kings fans are never going to forget Kevon Looney, just offensive rebound merchant in that Game 7, of course.
Yeah.
But he's far from that player. It really hasn't been that player since that season, which is disappointing for him. He was such a great player and quietly part of every single Warriors championship team, even though we don't really think of it that way. So they're grasping at straws in that way. And yeah, if this season continues to go the way we expect it will for the Warriors, they're going to miss the playoffs for the fourth time in 6 years. With Steph Curry, they're going to miss the playoffs 66% of the time since Kevin Durant left, which is just unfathomable to think about, no matter how poorly your organization is run or bad draft picks or lack of trades. When you have Steph Curry on your team, how do you miss the playoffs 4 times in 6 years?
And they got the championship, though, and they'll remind you. I'm just looking here at and I think the Spurs, they might be, because they're in Paris. The Spurs might be playing right now. There's the Paris games going on. I saw Wemby out there, and Chris Paul was out there.
They're tipping off at 11 o'clock.
There you
Spurs
go.
and Pacers.
There you go, Spurs and Pacers.
Rare NBA basketball game while we're on the show.
Yeah, so... And just some ridiculous outfits from the Pacers, by the way. But 22 losses, that's the Spurs and the Warriors. They both have that. The Kings are crawling away from the Warriors with that 20 loss count. They sit in the 7th seed by themselves. The Timberwolves right on their heels, as well as the Mavericks and the Suns for that matter. This back-to-back is huge. The Nuggets sitting at 16. Even beating the Nuggets and getting them to 17 would be beautiful. We'll do a little bit of pocket watching later in the show.
But we can do literal pocket watching on the Spurs.
That's right. It's happening. But I don't really. The Spurs. I guess if they get hot, anything can happen. But the Spurs, we know they're ahead of schedule. I'm just really, I'm really worried about the Lakers. You need the Lakers to start losing games. And this one, I don't want to look at it as a scheduled loss. By the way, we're going to get into Christie's cuts on the other side. And when he was asked about the next 17 of 23 games being on the road for the Kings, he said he viewed it as an opportunity. Jason Anderson at Sacramento Bee asked it, and Coach Christie said, I know you're not trying to make it sound like a negative, but obviously going on the road does have a negative connotation because you're not at home, but we're looking at it as an opportunity. I think they're looking at it as an opportunity to build camaraderie. You're on the road together. Anybody that's ever been on road trips with even just family, not even sports wise, but you get closer, just funny things that can happen. I'll never forget, we were driving to LA, me and my family, and I was in control. I'm the navigation guy. I wasn't driving. My dad was. And I said, I don't know why Maps is telling us to get off here. It looks like a straight shot. Just stay on the freeway. Turns out there was construction, and I cost us about an hour. And in the moment, everybody was mad at me, but you sit back and you laugh at it now. So I think during these multiple road trips that the Kings have, they're going to continue to get closer. They're going to continue to build that continuity. And whether they win or lose, I do think that will be good for them. 17 out of 23 on the road. You got to be realistic with what is to come, starting with tonight. But maybe we'll get surprised. Let's hear from Coach Doug Christie on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one, and if you want to save on a new Ford, you got to drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
209 on the Sac chat asking, wait, Sonoma State dropped all of their sports? Yes, that came out yesterday. I know not specifically local to Sacramento, but it's not that far. And like I said, Jalen Wells, I'm sure everybody knows somebody that went to Sonoma State. And it's Chico State, Sonoma State, Humboldt State. Everybody knows someone that went to these schools. So, yeah, sad stuff coming out of Rohnert Park. It was announced yesterday that Sonoma State will be dropping all of their sports programs. 209. You can kind of Google that, check that out. It is all over there. I saw an article. I got an article sent to me from a buddy of mine who graduated from Sonoma State and played baseball out there. So, yeah, rough stuff. I don't even know how that works. My wife had a good point because she said, well, based on the timing, right? It's almost February. Right now, baseball is about to start. Other sports are about to start. Are they did the kids just get told this right now? Because you can't transfer, or did they? I would hope they already knew, because you can't transfer right before a season starts. Nobody's going to take you. There's nowhere to go. So I would hope that the kids knew and started making their way out of Rohnert Park before now, because if you didn't know, you basically screwed their season. So I don't know that happened, but yeah, I will continue to do some work on that. And I hope the kids are all in a good spot, just like the Kings are in a good spot right now. Not great, but I would say a good spot, and that is because they took care of business against the Warriors. They are 3 games above 500 for the first time this season, and it is time for Christie's Cuts.
The second half was more about what we do. There was just so many performances. DeMar, third quarter, Malik, Keegan defensively, Domas just continues to be a monster. Foxy, 10 for 10 from the free throw line. Like, his aggressiveness and gravity in the second half. I continue to say it, like, I don't really worry about him offensively. He's gonna, he's brilliant. So that's not it, but he continues to lead by example and win basketball games, and that's what he does. So across the board, I'm probably forgetting somebody, but I apologize, but love them all. Big time stuff from the guys. Steph is Steph, so you're not gonna, and I've been there, so I understand, like, you're not gonna stop him. You want to make it as humanly difficult as you can, and I thought that both of those guys did that. Domas on the blitzes went to a zone, and sometimes that got us back in the ball game. And those guys, just ability to stay in the moment, to stay aggressive, and to know that, like, this guy is special and he's going to hit shots, but we're going to stay with our game plan. We're going to contest him and try to make him work as hard as we can. Well, that's really who we want to be, is make, miss, turnover. It doesn't matter. Just right back at it. And to our guys' credit, I think in the first half, if I remember correctly, it might have been 5 we had at halftime. In the second half, we had 23. And that's the kind of gravity you want to have on a game. And you just keep going at them defensively. You want to keep the pressure. And sometimes you're going to be a step slow. And that's where other guys come in off the bench. They give you a lift the same way that Keon did tonight. And all of a sudden, things slowly started turning as they turned the pressure up. And that's really, I think, how you get out in the open court and get buckets. I really think this is all about them. It's not really about me, man. It's about them believing in each other, them fighting for each other, them locking arms together. Everything that you're seeing them do is about a brotherhood that's bigger than what you go out and do on the court. It's about loving each other in a way that people, when they watch it, they can feel it. And that's what I think that we see. So, like I said, I try to put them in the best place. I talk. They probably think I'm a little crazy sometimes, but the point is trying to get that point across to them that when you care for each other this way, there's a vibe that goes with that is undeniable. And I think that's what everyone is seeing right now, and we'll see where it takes us.
18-point comeback against the Dallas Mavericks on December 30th. A 17-point comeback versus Miami, January 6th. An 18-point comeback against the Golden State Warriors last night. No other coach in the 21st century has had 3 15-point or more point comebacks within his first dozen games as an NBA head coach.
Going into the third quarter.
No other coach in the 21st century has had 3 15 or more point comebacks within his first dozen games as an NBA head coach.
Well, wouldn't you expect that from literally the winningest head coach in NBA history by winning percentage?
Somebody says, I don't know if they're the first comment, that's from OptaStats, so shout out to OptaStats. First comment says, not sure playing like a poop emoji out the gates should be celebrated. Sometimes people just annoy me. It ain't how you start, it's how you finish. And I don't even think it's an issue because they're not getting in these situations a lot. Right. And here's the better question. I guess the only game where they went down big and it just ended up being a blowout loss would be the Bucks game when they were getting ready to get on the plane and they were on. That's when the 7-game winning streak ended. So it's not as if they're always down and sometimes they come back and sometimes they don't. They're either down and come back or they're not down and they win the game. Right. So there's not a lot of losses on the docket to even talk about. We're still talking about the same 2 losses, one being the Lakers game, the other being the Bucks game.
Well, it's the only ones we can work with.
That's it.
That's crazy because the Kings, if they win tonight, they don't play again until Saturday. That means for a calendar month, the Sacramento Kings might only lose 2 games.
It's insane.
For an entire 30-day calendar month.
Hottest team in the NBA. Nobody wants to play these guys, but I will say when you look at the standings and who's hot, who's not, I know this is not the Carmichael Dave show with Jason Ross, but who's hot, who's not, the Nuggets 8-2 their last 10 games. I'm looking here, the Western Conference. I'm just so sick of the Thunder. 8-2 their last 10, of course. Rockets 7-3 their last 10. Grizzlies 6-4, Nuggets 8-2, Lakers 5-5, Clippers 5-5, Kings 9-1.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot.
Kings 9-1, Timberwolves 6-4, Mavericks 3-7, Suns 7-3, Warriors 4-6, Spurs 3-7. Pelicans, I'll tell you what. Pelicans sitting in that 14 seed. They're cooked, right? I know that.
Sitting in that 14 seed
but,
answered your question.
No, but hold on now. I don't know why I was watching them last week? Kyle, it's not that time. But they're 7-3 their last 10. This isn't an average. They're just healthy. They're getting healthy.
Yes.
It's not the time because Pelicans aren't coming up, but there is that back-to-back stretch. It might be in February. I'll double check.
It's right before the All-Star break. There are 2 games right before the All-Star break or New Orleans.
I'm just saying. They're looking real Pelican-y. Alvarado's back. I don't like it.
Zion is back playing.
Zion is missing planes.
Sort of,
I'm just saying, all right? But what they don't have is DeMar DeRozan, and the Kings do have one DeMar DeRozan. Let's break down DeMar DeRozan's incredible performance. Also, I know this is what everybody wants to talk about, and we're going to talk about it before 12 o'clock, and we're going to talk about it with Brenden Nunes at 12 o'clock. De'Aaron Fox and his lack of scoring. Are you worried? Am I worried? Is Kyle worried? Should we be worried? Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the San Francisco 49ers.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Welcome to your Thursday. Getting out the door to a chilly start once again. Grab the shades as well. You'll put them to use. Plenty of sunshine in the forecast today, along with light winds. Afternoon highs will peak in the lower to mid-60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Don't miss the excitement of 49ers Game Day by securing your 2025 season tickets now. Inventory is limited, so speak with a representative. Dial 415-GO-NINERS and reserve your seats. That's 415-GO-NINERS.
I remember as if it were yesterday. I reached down to move a nightstand and was astonished at the weight of the piece. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At that moment, I instantly recognized the difference between Naturewood's quality furniture that will last a lifetime versus lesser quality furniture found elsewhere. Now, I suppose there's a huge difference in what you'd put in your first apartment and what you would live with in the comfort of your own home. Right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings Made in USA sale is a great time to fill your home with solid, superior quality furniture to reflect your own love for life. With brands like Stanton, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and many more, Naturewood Home Furnishings has tables, chairs, couches, and, yes, nightstands, and more at their Made in USA sale. Find furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Happy New Grill. Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Give your family a real treat as we did on Christmas Eve. Bring out all the flavors of the new year with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. Napoleon grills have features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Complete with a lifetime warranty and premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Whitey and Napoleon Grills wish you Happy New Year. Visit Green Acres Nursery today for your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's going on, Chad, for the Start Something New sales event?
We're going all out with the most savings I've seen on new Ram heavy duties in a long time. Right now, you can save up to $16,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram 2500 Rebel Crew Cabs.
$16,000 off MSRP on heavy duties? That doesn't happen often.
That's why we've been California's #1 Ram truck dealer year after year. Some call themselves the Super Ram Truck Center, but when you need a hard-to-find Ram heavy duty, Hoblet has it with over 400 new Ram trucks available.
See their full selection at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$16,000 total net savings on select new 2024 Ram 2500 Rebel after $6,500 factory rebates and $9,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include $3,000 Hoblet Select coupons while supplies last, $500 on the job upfit, must show business and upfit docs, and up to $2,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance for 2005 or newer and 160,000 mile or less vehicle. While supplies last, not everyone will qualify for all rebates. To with this net savings, VINs 186-247-186-248. See dealer for details.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Take a seat in the lap of luxury. Earn entries daily with a qualifying hand on your favorite table games. Then join us every Thursday for a chance at luxury watches, bags, and more. It all leads to our grand finale drawing on February 28th with your chance to drive off in a brand new Porsche Macan. Visit skyriver.com for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older.
Guarded by Fox. Fox knocks it away. Fox goes to the floor. Fox comes up with the steal. Opportunity for the Kings. Cross court to DeRozan. Gallops into the lane. Goes strong to the rim. He's got the bucket. 10-0 run by Sacramento. It's a 2-point game at 85-83, 17 in this quarter for DeRozan.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Brenden Nunes joins us in 30 minutes. You won't want to miss what Brenden has to say. The brains of the operation, as I always say when I'm watching the game. Brenden always has great notes for us. He joins us for an hour, starting at 12. Rob from Rancho says it's time to remove the interim part of Doug Christie's title. This is our head coach. Sacramento Kings fans, this is the guy that we've been waiting for. Yeah, I would, like I said, I don't see them going in a different direction when it's all said and done, whenever the season ends. I also think nobody is really thinking that far in the future, because who knows? What if you just sneak in here and do something nobody expects, right? Just kind of living in the moment, because you never know how things are gonna progress, right? Next season, there's still a De'Aaron Fox question. There are still questions that need to be answered. So I think inside that organization, that's probably how they feel, but they're not taking anything for granted right now based on where this season seemed like it was headed. And nobody thought it was headed in the wrong direction when they added DeMar DeRozan, but at first it didn't really look like it was moving the needle the way we all wanted it to, and it was looking more like some of the talking heads nationally may have been on to something. But DeMar DeRozan has shown time and time again what a winner he truly is and what a bucket getter he is. He had 32 points, 12 of 21, 3 for 6 from three-point range, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals. Second half totals, he had 24 points. He shot 75% from the field. That was a season high, minimum 9 shots taken, 2 for 3. That 1 3 he took might have been the furthest 3 he's ever taken in his life. And he banged that thing. And Brenden can confirm he shot that. And I said, no. Just like I say on the morning show during Cross, like I said, oh, no, DeMar, I don't know about that one. And he took care of business there. 19-point third quarter was his most points in a quarter as a Sacramento King. It's the second time in the last 3 seasons DeRozan has scored 19 or more in a quarter. Only other time, that fourth quarter last year against the Kings, where he led the Bulls to that 14-point comeback at Golden One Center. Dark days. And again, one of those games that nobody talks about as far as those really bad losses. That was another bad one.
I totally forgot until I looked up that stat. Kobe White had like 38 points against the Kings in that game. Oh, so many crazy losses last year. The Kings could have won 60 games last year. Easily. That's kind of what I'm thinking. They could have totally won 60 games if they had just not blown all of those crazy games.
And then we're moving forward now. He had the perfect third quarter, and here is DeMar. He had some things to say about his third quarter. Here it is.
It's kind of a feel, understanding in those moments, kind of what we need. And, I just try to go out there, be aggressive, just try to get us going, give ourselves opportunity. I know we was down going into halftime. We knew we didn't play our best basketball, so I just try to take it upon me, just be aggressive. And with that came the buckets.
There he is. And like I said, he also said that he likes to diagnose and a lot of the great players do this. I know LeBron does this. They treat it like a boxing match, right? These young bucks that come out hot and they want to score, 20 points in the first quarter. These elder statesmen, they like to diagnose what the team is doing. And that second half is where they tend to turn it on. It's his 630 or more point game of the season. 3 of 6 are since Doug took over as head coach. Since Doug took over, it feels like he's been more active in the offense, but not taking away as much from the rest of the team when he isn't going. Kyle, you have a hypothesis on all of this?
Well, I'll also add the most important stat for DeMar DeRozan, which is that he now has 2 30-point games this year, the 2 times I picked him as the dog of the game. So How about that?
Hey, well, we'll see who you pick tonight.
Well, no. We gotta reserve the DeMar picks for very special occasions.
No, I agree. Just like Club Sacktown.
Yeah, I can't just come out here and every single game for the dog segment play. I gotta be particular with it, because if I do that all the time, it's just gonna get annoying. Right?
I agree. No, I definitely agree with you. What is your hypothesis?
So yeah, at times before, people were talking about how they're struggling to integrate DeMar into the offense, and sometimes he has to be the guy who sits in the corner, and when he's not going, it takes away from Fox at times, or takes away from the flow of the offense. Right. That was a big key word when Mike Brown was the coach. And recently it feels like DeRozan's been getting numbers, but it's not, like you mentioned, taking away from what everyone else is doing. Mm-hmm. And my thought is that it's been De'Aaron sacrificing scoring on the offensive end for distributing and other things. We talked about that a couple days ago, where his assist numbers are up under Doug Christie, but he's averaging only 24 points. And
that's going to go down after last night again.
Since coming back from injury, he's only averaging 18.2 points a game, which granted is only 5 games, but you've been talking about it all show. You keep picking De'Aaron Fox overs on the prop talk, and it always lets you down, but eventually it's going to come through.
Eventually.
And so I just think that's part of it too, is that De'Aaron is taking less shots, which is creating more opportunity for DeRozan. And we had the sound from De'Aaron yesterday on the show where he talked about people are going to double DeRozan, and when they double DeRozan because he's hit 4 shots in a row, or he's on a heater of a quarter like he had last night, that's when it opens up shots for Fox. That's when it opens up backdoors for Malik or Sabonis getting the ball inside. I think that's my hypothesis, is that it's the scoring sacrifices that De'Aaron has made are playing a factor in why DeMar DeRozan is putting up big offensive numbers, but it doesn't feel like it's taking away from other players.
That's interesting. I also think, and I continue to say this, everything is happening at a faster pace, right? They keep on talking about simple, decisive, knowing what you're getting into. And there were a lot of, the actions that everybody talked about, the DHO stuff, where I call it the ring around the rosy, and Doug Christie even said, what are we actually getting into an action to do? And he called a lot of that out. And the Kings have, I would say, they trimmed the fat. Okay, the new year, you get into your diet, whatever it is, and you want to trim some of that waistline and take care of business. That's kind of what the Kings have done with the offense. They have trimmed some of the fat as far as, okay, let's get into our set. Let's do what we need to do. There were times last night where it looked like the Kings didn't know what they wanted to do. And there was some just looking around and passing it around and trying to figure out, okay, who's going to do what. We're going to really dive deep into this De'Aaron Fox thing in the next segment, but kind of to give a free sample like Costco, I'll say this: the pinky thing and the finger thing is clearly a big deal. There was a picture that went viral a couple days ago where De'Aaron kind of showed his pinky. A lot of people have theories on it. Obviously he made a decision at the beginning of the season to, I don't even necessarily know when it all happened, because it just has been something we've been talking about all season. He might have had it, I don't know if it had it going into the season.
No, I remember it happening, but I don't remember the game anymore. There's just too many games from early in the season.
It was really early. It was really early.
It might have been even before the 60-point game. Now I'm thinking back on it.
So I think there's a question, and here's the thing, right? We don't know. It was definitely before the 60-point game, because we had questions about De'Aaron offensively, and then that happened, right? But part of that was DeMar wasn't playing. Whoever wasn't playing, it wasn't the full crew. My question is it getting worse, right? Is it getting worse? We've watched games where it's been dinged up. You've seen him hold it. You've seen him touch it and things like that. And what do the Kings do next? Is De'Aaron going to be a decoy all season long? I don't know. Let's get to it on the other side. We're going to open up the phone lines. Are you worried about De'Aaron Fox scoring? 916-339-1140. I'll tell you this much. They're going to need all hands on deck scoring the basketball tonight. coming off a back-to-back. They got to sleep around 4 o'clock. Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. You know I'm a huge fan of their SUVs and sedans, but they also have a huge Vans Fleet Center. Listen up, business owners. Now is the perfect time to take advantage of tax deductions. They have the perfect van to power your fleet, including the new fully electric e-Sprinter alongside their very reliable diesel options. And even if you aren't a business owner, let's say you just want one for personal reasons. Maybe you want to go out on the town with the fellas or with the ladies, or maybe you want to take the kids on a road trip. Well, their vans are fully customizable. So check out Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now. You can choose from their dependable diesel models or even go all electric with the new e-Sprinter. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now and check out their fleet center. Or, of course, you can go online at mbfstockton.com. That's mbfstockton.com.
Intercepted by Fred Warner.
Faithful to the Bay.
Fred gets up and runs back the other way, 30.
Don't miss the excitement of 49ers game day. Secure your spot at Levi's Stadium for the 2025 season.
20, one block and he's in.
Season tickets are available now. Inventory is limited, so to speak with a representative, call 415-GO-49ers.
Touchdown!
That's 415-GO-49ers.
San Francisco!
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's grape.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 1/13 through 1/24. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store at Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This year, resolve to save on the all-new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy with $8,000 off MSRP after rebates on over 30 new half-ton Silverado LT and RST after rebates. And Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections of new 2025 Silverados in the Sacramento area. $8,000 off new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing or leasing. Some other offers based on 2011 or newer Chevrolet.
With the cooler seasons upon us, Advanced Infusion Center remains focused on your health and comfort. Whether you're dealing with a chronic illness or in need of IV therapy, we provide tailored treatments to meet your unique needs. Our caring team is here to make sure your experience is safe, comfortable, and stress-free. With convenient locations in Sacramento and Yuba and flexible scheduling, you can easily access the care you deserve. Explore Advanced Infusion Therapy today. Visit advancedinfusion.com for compassionate care right where you need it.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SacktownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Like a young money millionaire, tougher than. Have you heard this song, Kyle?
Yes, and I actually don't really like it.
Oh, Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports. Taking you up to 2 p.m. Carter 3 has been on my mind on this Throwback Thursday. We heard some Comfortable with Babyface. We're hearing some Millie right now.
That Comfortable song, that one was really good.
Yeah, all right. Get your requests into DJ LED. Rob on the text line says, let's get to Denver. Oh, we're going to get to Denver all right. We have Denver media coming on at 1:30. Ryan Blackburn, who covers the Nuggets. Brenden Nunes joins us in 15 minutes as well. And, the Kings keep winning games, but this thing hasn't been perfect, all right? There are still issues, and it's the same issues, but the Kings are powering through. Once again, the bench, 18 points, which is actually more of a decent day from the bench. The bench had 18 points. I can't even do the math on the Warriors and their bench. Trayce Jackson-Davis had a much better game than the last time he faced the Warriors. The Kings. Trayce Jackson-Davis and Moses Moody combined for 22 alone. Okay, alone. And Guy Santos had 16 alone. So, again, you're winning games. You're taking care of business against teams. This is a Warriors team missing Jonathan Kuminga and Draymond Green. That bench puts up, you have De'Aaron with the quiet scoring night and a bench putting up 18. If Kuminga and Draymond play, I don't know if you get that done. Now, luckily, we don't have to live in that world. But now you go to Denver tonight, and I keep on waiting from another crazy hot night from Trey Lyles. I keep on waiting from a crazy hot night from Kevin Huerter, who is now down to 5 minutes and 48 seconds. That's what he played yesterday. So Kevin Huerter is, in my opinion, he's just not in the rotation because you're putting him in, but what are you actually expecting him to do? Devin Carter, 3 minutes, 30 seconds. And part of this is when you're down 18, you don't feel like you can be as versatile and flexible with your lineup. So you're not going to give time. If you don't trust what Kevin Huerter is giving you, he's not going to have to sit. He was at 20 minutes, guys. 20 minutes. And Devin Carter at 3 minutes, 30 seconds, he's been kind of questionable in and out with little injuries, but you're down 18. I can't mess around with a rookie in Devin Carter. I can't mess around with whether or not Kevin Huerter is going to hit shots today. Kevin Huerter played 5 minutes at -10. So this bench is still a problem. And again, the bench is a problem, and then you don't get scoring. Now, yeah, did DeMar DeRozan make up for it? Sure. I guess to Kyle's point, you could disperse it. Okay, if DeMar stays at what his average is and you bump DeMar down to 20, and then you give that 12 to De'Aaron, so now De'Aaron's at 26, nobody's batting an eye, right? So there are ways to look at this. But I do want to take some time to talk about the De'Aaron Fox thing because a lot of people are worried about the scoring. Yeah, I mean, clearly something is different. Now he goes 10 for 10 from the free throw line, which was by far the most impressive thing that De'Aaron did last night. Okay, and there does need to be a world, and I know Kings fans are ball knowers, as the kids say. So we can live in a world where everything is not De'Aaron's fault, but he does need to be more aggressive. I do think so. Because last night, while the Kings were down 18, there was a lot of fighting internally about De'Aaron Fox and a lot of people defending De'Aaron Fox, a lot of people saying that he should be doing more for the team. He should be more aggressive. So there is a lot of back and forth on what De'Aaron Fox should and shouldn't be doing on the floor. My opinion on this, and yeah, I wouldn't call it fence sitting. It's just the reality. He needs to be more aggressive, but the team is winning. You know, when they were down 18, I was not happy with what I saw, right? And you're watching this, and I think here's the problem, right? And again, I don't mind this as a slight at all because there's levels to this. All right, I want to be the best I can in my career, but there are other hosts, you know, radio hosts, television hosts that have been doing it for a long time or just doing it at a higher level than I'm doing it right now. And I got to continue to improve and try to get there because it's hard for me. This is what I'm struggling with De'Aaron Fox, because it's hard for me for one night to say, oh, well, Amen Thompson, and I did this. Oh, well, Amen Thompson is going to be a top defender in the league. So the Kings opted to go in a different direction. And slash, De'Aaron was kind of locked up. He didn't try to score. So that happens on one night against the Rockets. Then last night, oh, well, Andrew Wiggins is on De'Aaron, so... And Andrew Wiggins, he locked up Jason Tatum. We remember that years ago. Oh, well, Andrew Wiggins is on De'Aaron, so DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk do their thing. Now you won the game. So nobody is complaining. But then I look up, and in Golden 1, they have all the stats and what other teams are doing. SGA dropped 50 plus. And, you know, Luka hasn't been playing, but he'll be back soon. So I'm looking around thinking, this is why I don't feel like it's disrespectful to say that there are levels to this. Because you can't tell me that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is seeing or that De'Aaron is seeing any harder of a defense or defensive schemes than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. You can't tell me he's seeing anything harder than Jalen Brunson. These are the dudes that are circled for the other team each and every night. But the superstars power through that. Superstars also play the game the right way. Don't get me wrong. And I would never call De'Aaron's 14 fraudulent, but 10 of those points were at the free throw line. And most of them were to end the game. Now, he did ice the game, but this brother was rocking around with 6 points for, what, 3 quarters? Maybe even some of the fourth? So... you won the game, so it's hard to complain. And eventually he is going to have that breakout game. But going back to this conversation with Whitey Gleason a couple days ago about the All-NBA conversation, this is the type of stuff I'm talking about. The way the Kings are playing right now, DeMar DeRozan would have to, it almost feels like De'Aaron's not the first option, right? Okay, what I was about to say was DeMar DeRozan is cold. Malik Monk is cold. Okay, let's see what De'Aaron can do. That's not how first options work. Am I off here?
Not that you're off, but you were right at the beginning about there being nuance to the situation because Domantas Sabonis is the Sacramento Kings' best player, in my opinion, and especially right now. Mm-hmm. Domantas Sabonis is the best player, but he's never going to be the one taking the most shots on the team because that's not his game. So, and by the way, I'll also point out that in the Mike Brown era, the Kings were averaging 90 shot attempts per game, and in the Doug Christie era, they're averaging 95 shot attempts a game. So there is that room for everyone's getting a little bit more just by virtue of the Kings are having more touches. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, De'Aaron Fox is up in assist numbers, but way down in the point numbers as of recently, and that is working because the Kings offense is playing better than it was before. If you look at net rating and offensive rating, they are playing better than they were pre-Mike Brown. And so you look at that and say, is De'Aaron Fox not only taking less shot attempts, but having less points per game a byproduct of that? Or is it just a reality of, hey, he's happened to take less shots. He happens to be distributing or facilitating more in the offense, but DeMar DeRozan's point totals have gone up and Malik Monk's point totals have gone up, and we're not going to move one of them to the bench. Therefore, something's going to have to give if we're going to be playing the 5-man lineup of Fox, Monk, DeRozan, Keegan, and Sabonis more frequently.
Who is the first option on the Kings right now?
I'm still going to say De'Aaron Fox.
I just don't think he is right. Not as of today. In my opinion, DeMar DeRozan is the first option on the Sacramento Kings. Offensively.
It's closer than it was before, but I still think, and last night showed it, when it's going down the stretch, you have three of the most clutch players in the NBA, and all three of them get the ball. I mean, Malik
but the third quarter too, Kyle.
Oh, yeah, but the third quarter, DeMar DeRozan's been feasting in third quarters, and that's been a pattern. We heard the quote about it kind of being like a boxing match.
No, I know that, but De'Aaron had 6 at halftime. It might have been 4, to be honest with you. Either 4 or 6 at halftime.
Yeah. I'm still going to lean De'Aaron, but I don't think you're crazy for asking the question.
And when I ask the question, it's not a slight. It's going to come off like a slight because this is an alpha environment and whoever the best player is needs to be the first option. I'm not even saying this is bad for the team. But when I watch this team, specifically under Doug Christie and De'Aaron coming back, and you mentioned his butt might still be sore, his pinky is turned the wrong way, all that stuff could be a part of it. But when I watch the Sacramento Kings team, De'Aaron Fox is not the first scoring option. And I'm not saying that's a problem. I'm just saying that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, but in the last 5 games, he's played especially poor to his standard, for whatever reason that is. Some of the numbers, 18 points a game, 6.8 assists, which is up from pre-injury. This is just in the 5 games since he came back. 38% from the field, which is down almost 10% from where he was pre-injury. 26% from 3, which is down almost 4% from where he was pre-injury. He hasn't made a 3-pointer in nearly 2 games. So I think in the short term, it might feel that way because he's not playing as well over 3-game stretch. But a 3-game stretch, I don't think is indicative of his greater performance or his greater role in the offense.
Like I said, we got prop talk coming up. Oh, we are way over time. I just looked down. That's what happens when you talk De'Aaron Fox. Let's see what Brenden has to say about De'Aaron Fox. He's going to join us in be about 2 minutes now since I'm over. Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports.
Malik Monk plays here.
Started left, goes right, steps back, launches the 3. Nothing but net. Oh, that was just filthy. Oh, my, that was sweet.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 113 through 124. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. While supplies last. See store at Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Start the year strong at InShape Fitness. Play basketball, try yoga or Pilates, or work with their personal trainers to create a happy new you. And look for Sacktown Sports Team before the next Kings game to grab your free Kings InShape Rally Towel. Join today at InShape.com. We are in shape. You are ready.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water, but you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With over 500 new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Joined by Brenden Nunes, our Sacktown Sports Kings insider. Brenden, real quick, before we go any further in this, can you confirm, because the whole thing was weird, can you confirm when the finger situation happened with De'Aaron?
You know, I heard you guys talking about this, and I didn't get quite enough time to look back.
But it's the whole thing is weird, right?
Yeah, it was fairly early. It was very early in the season, and he acknowledged that it's just something that he's going to have to play through and deal with in the offseason, whatever that may end up meaning. So I don't remember the exact day, but it was very early in the season.
Was it during a game? Did it happen?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, let me get back to you. I bet you after the break, I'll be able to get back to you there.
So we were talking about De'Aaron and the scoring, and if you do some of the math here, the Kings are winning basketball games, and if you divvy up De'Aaron's 14, it doesn't really matter who gets it. You divvy up De'Aaron's 14 and DeMar DeRozan's 32, that's enough to win a basketball game, right? But it's deeper than that when you talk about somebody being a first option and being the leader of a team like De'Aaron Fox. And De'Aaron Fox lit the beam last night, and Scott Moak asked him, about DeMar DeRozan. He said, that's why we brought him in here. Who is the first option on this team right now for you? And does it matter? Maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I actually probably would say that it doesn't really matter. I think that you have two, though, when it comes down to it. You have De'Aaron Fox and you have DeMar DeRozan. And there's certain nights.
Brenden, I said the first. You can't say two.
Well, you said it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
But who is it?
I mean, your number one option on this team is De'Aaron Fox.
Thank you.
It is.
Right now?
Yes. Who do you think is at the top of other team scouting reports?
I think it was De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
Is it still?
I think so.
Okay. I mean, they had Andrew Wiggins guarding De'Aaron Fox last night.
That's true.
Buddy Hield was guarding DeMar DeRozan, Allen. Buddy Hield.
Those were on switches.
No, that's what they started the game on.
Right. Okay. All right.
They had Guy Santos guarding him. Jesus.
Yeah. Guy Santos actually did a solid job. He did a way better job than Buddy.
This has been a running joke. I literally did not know who that was until yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, he said Guy Santos. I'm like, I straight up don't know who that is.
Guy Santos and Lester Quinones.
Yeah. They were going to save the franchise.
Yeah. Summer League legends.
So you're saying it's still De'Aaron?
I mean, I think it's still De'Aaron just for like what I just talked about. I still think that he's the top of other team scouting reports. And he draws a lot of pressure, in the fourth quarter. He's the one that's going to have the ball in his hands, not solely him. And that's the benefit, obviously, of having DeMar. And why I was going with a cop-out initially is that if DeMar is rolling the way he is, he just scored 19 points in the third quarter, then it is DeMar's the first option for the rest of that game.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Or Malik can have his nights. And Domas, I don't think falls into it because he just gets all his points within the flow of everything, I would say, rather than being a go-to option. But I still think that De'Aaron is the player that other teams are most concerned about, I would say, when it comes to getting rolling. This is still the guy that dropped 50-plus twice this year.
Yeah. No, but who didn't play in those games?
Was it DeMar in both of them?
DeMar did not play. I don't think he played in either of them.
Okay.
I'm just saying we haven't seen, and I'm not saying it's winning basketball. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to figure out what to do with De'Aaron Fox right now. And number one, they're winning games. So that's all that really matters. But a night like tonight, I don't want them to just get used to the flow, because this could be a night where DeMar DeRozan, 35 years old, and I'm assuming De'Aaron understands this. DeMar DeRozan, 35 years old, back-to-back. G-Man said the lights went off at 4 a.m. This is a night, we do prop talk. This is a night that I would think that De'Aaron Fox would ball out.
You could see it for sure. They don't have great perimeter defenders, like you mentioned, like Russ. Maybe, I guess they're throwing in there. He always plays well against Russell Westbrook, too, kind of a childhood idol of his. He's mentioned before. I think to your broader question of De'Aaron, I think the first point that you made of like they're winning games is the main thing here, is that I think that we can all reasonably expect that De'Aaron will be better than this. And also, this is part of the thing that's been holding him back from being that like superstar level is how consistent are you going to be throughout the course of a year?
Right.
And so this is kind of, I feel like we've grown used to this with De'Aaron, and that's where the next step I think was supposed to come from.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean you're not still going to have some slower stretches and things like that. He seems to always be dealing with some sort of injury throughout the course of a season, like a lot of guys are. He's not the only one, obviously. But I think that you can count that he's going to be better than this for a lot of games moving forward. And it's not like he's not doing things defensively. The 10 of 10 from the free throw line I thought was pretty big yesterday, even if he was a little chaotic in how he got to the line at times, I guess you would say. But he was effective when he did get there. And I think that you can count that he's going to have bigger nights down the line. And it's kind of at the same time good to see him be willing to be like, all right, DeMar's rolling. Let's just keep feeding him.
Here are the two options here, because we'll get texters, sack chatters, callers, and you can look at this two ways, right? The first way to look at this, and I don't want to say one is more surface level and the other one is more this person actually knows ball or whatever you want to call it. But the first way to look at this is there are people that see how De'Aaron, I'm air quoting here, lets the game come to him, and they sit there and say, I'm looking at a guy who's putting up 14. He's putting up, Kyle said, 18 since returning from his butt injury. And he lets the game come to him. And I'm seeing DeMar DeRozan do his thing. I'm seeing Malik Monk do his thing. And I'm envisioning a world where there are some things that I could get back from De'Aaron Fox if he's not sure he wants to be in Sacramento. That is one way to look at this. The other way to look at this is what we just talked about. Okay, De'Aaron's not on the team, and it's Stephon Castle. I don't know. One of these young guys, but maybe isn't the circled dude every single night. And now, what does Malik Monk look like with Asar Thompson on him? What does Andrew Wiggins look like? Or what does Malik or DeMar DeRozan look like with Andrew Wiggins on them? So I think that is the internal conversation that I'm having when certain people do say this could be making De'Aaron Fox more expendable. But the other side of it is, well, you have to realize if Amen Thompson was on Malik or DeMar DeRozan and your third option is Reed Shepherd, right? Or whatever young dude that you get in that deal, it might not look how it's looking right now. And that's the stuff that the box score is not showing.
Yeah, I would agree. And I feel like there's a lot of conversation of like, kind of like you're mentioning a little bit in there that like, well, Malik could just step into this De'Aaron role, you know, and it's just not that simple. Like Malik is, I think that if we had the same level of expectations for Malik as we did De'Aaron, that his inconsistencies would be highlighted a lot.
Yeah.
And right now it's fine because it's the role that he's in. But like there's stretches where Malik has like 3 really bad turnovers.
Yeah.
And you're like, I don't know about this one, you know, this isn't Malik's night right now. And that's fine. That with how this roster is constructed and what his expectation is on a night-to-night basis, like you're saying, that looks differently if he's a number one. And that's not to say that he couldn't be better. That's absolutely in the cards. And we've seen him have big games. But I think that De'Aaron does a better job than Malik of like impacting the game no matter, even if he's not scoring. Defensively, De'Aaron is, I think, having one of his best seasons on that side of the ball. The turnovers that they force in that third quarter yesterday was a huge part of that turnaround. And I thought De'Aaron helped with that a bit for sure. Not that Malik didn't. Malik was actually a factor there as well. But I think it's a different level when you are that number one on a scouting report.
Yeah.
And when you climb up higher there. And Tyrese Halliburton is the prime example. You know, I think back to when those guys played together, Fox and De'Aaron would joke like, well, Lou Dort was the one guarding me.
Right.
You know, so that kind of helped Tyrese get his 30 or whatever. And now Tyrese looks like he's struggling a little bit at times when he's dealing with the like of those guys.
De'Aaron said that?
De'Aaron said that back when Tyrese was here. Yeah. Because Tyrese had a big game and it was in good fun. It's not like it's just a little reminder.
Sure,
it's De'Aaron being like, hey, well, you know, Lou Dort was guarding me. Just saying.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I'm definitely picking up what you're putting down, and the whole De'Aaron Fox conversation, it's become even more volatile with the Rich Paul thing coming up, and a lot of people are looking at De'Aaron Fox a little bit differently. Sacramento is a proud city. A lot of them love De'Aaron Fox. A lot of them, but as soon as there's a question as to whether you love us back, which I don't think there should be a question, De'Aaron is just, you know, he put out what he's going to put out. I still believe that him saying that actually helped the organization more so than being quiet and then, hey, I'm actually at it. You know what I mean? If he really wanted to bounce, would he have said anything at all? You know what I mean? So that's kind of how I feel about it. It's just things are getting looked at a little bit differently, and he's under more of a microscope now. And I think it's easy to see Malik flourishing, DeMar DeRozan doing his thing, and I fall victim to it as well. But, you know, thinking about some of these dudes and tonight, right? Who's the we're talking to Ryan Blackburn of Mile High Sports at 1:30, but the best defender on the Nuggets is Braun?
Aaron Gordon.
Aaron Gordon. I don't know that Aaron Gordon's a little bigger. I don't know if they're going to put him
Aaron, yeah. Like Peyton Watson.
Yes, Peyton Watson, you know, somebody like that. De'Aaron's going to get their best guard defender even today, and Malik continues to eat off that. And it's just, you know what it reminds me of? And Chris Watkins, he's under the weather. Brenden gave him something. I don't know what it was. But you know what it reminds me of? We got to get to a break. Justin Jefferson. I know the Vikings turned into a pumpkin, but you had Addison balling out. I think TJ Hawkinson went for 140 one game. Yeah. And Justin Jefferson kind of sat there and said, well, you know,
they got two on me.
So if my other dudes are going to eat they're going to eat. I'll get mine when I get mine. He eventually didn't, but we understand that situation. Now somebody's going to text in, are you saying De'Aaron Fox is Justin Jefferson? Please understand the context. All right, Brenden, let's understand the context of how bad this bench needs help, and let's talk about it on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the San Francisco 49ers.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Sunshine, a light winds expected, highs in the mid-60s. Overnight, those will tumble back down to the 30s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Intercepted by Fred Warner.
Faithful to the Bay.
Fred gets up and runs back the other way, 30.
Don't miss the excitement of 49ers game day. Secure your spot at Levi's Stadium for the 2025 season.
20, one block and he's in.
Season tickets are available now. Inventory is limited, so to speak with a representative, call 415-GO-49ers.
Touchdown!
That's 415-GO-49ers.
San Francisco!
Happy New Year! Coach Christie here letting you know it's never been easier to drive into the new year in a new Kia. Take advantage of special low finance rates and zero down deals with approved credit right now at Folsom Lake Kia.
Hey, Sacramento Kings fans, join us at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive Sacramento Kings watch party on Thursday, January 23rd versus Denver. Complete with 360-degree viewings, surround sound, MCs, giveaways, and prizes. See you there.
Elk Grove Honda reports that Honda has earned 3 coveted 2025 Car and Driver 10 Best Awards for the 3rd year in a row, honoring Honda Civic, Accord, and CRV. We're Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
A wall of purple around him, feeds a pass, stolen by Monk. Breakaway, will he windmill it? No, he goes behind the head on a two-hand flush, and he missed it. It popped out. Wow.
Now, G-Man, can they review that? That ball went through the rim. It hit Monk's head and came back out.
It did? Well, we're looking at the replay right now.
See?
Oh, yeah. It did. It was halfway down into the netting. It bounced out.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Brenden Nunes joins us. Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. Brenden, Moses Moody and Trace Jackson Davis had 22 points combined. Guy Santos had 16 off the bench. The Kings sit at 18 bench points, and Kevin Huerter has basically been phased out of this rotation. He didn't even get to 6 minutes last night. Devin Carter's a rookie. He played 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Trey Lyles, decent game. It's still happening. And Keon Ellis, 21 minutes. He had a Tony Snell for a lot of those minutes, and then he heated up towards the end of his time. You know, the good thing about last night, as the Kings did end up winning the game, is that it still highlighted a lot of issues that the Kings have. And Doug can motivate a lot, but there's no way to motivate another win. Can he motivate Monty McNair to add another wing to this team? I know there's been a holdup, and I don't want to get into the back and forth with some of the prognosticators and news breakers about the Cam Johnson thing. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But all I know is this bench is still not good enough. It's just not, Brenden. It's not. And I don't think we can just continue to live this lie, even though the Kings are 10-2 under Doug Christie, to think that they are doing anything of note if they don't add something else to the bench.
Yeah, I mean, you're not getting much from Kevin Huerter right now, who's also not playing many minutes. So I'm sure that
he's unplayable. He's unplayable.
It's been tough. He played a decent stretch the first quarter, and I think going into the second, and then hardly played from that point on. when he's not playing that much, I also don't. I just don't expect that much from Kevin Huerter on a night-to-night basis right now at all.
That was the whole thing, right?
I expect it to be bad, to be honest.
The rhythm thing, and I get it. And now they got to move this guy because it's only gotten worse. These are that 5 minutes and 48. That's courtesy minutes.
Yeah,
we respect.
That might
you.
have all been in one stretch.
I think
and then
it
he
was.
didn't play again after. Yeah,
and I watched him on the screen, Brenden, as he's walking off into the bench. He didn't even get to 6 minutes, Brenden.
Yeah.
And again, here's the crazy thing. And I understand when you're down, it's hard to play some of your bench guys, right? Because you don't trust them. We talked about, Devin Carter's going to take his minutes. Devin Carter played 3 minutes.
Right.
So nobody took the minutes. He's just not playing bench players beside if your name is not Keon Ellis or Trey Lyles. That's not sustainable. It was never sustainable.
Yeah. Your starters are playing well enough right now that you're able to get away with it. They were just totally cooking in yesterday's game outside of maybe De'Aaron when it came to that point total. But you do need more. I think it's something that we've known about this team for years now, it feels like, and that's why they're going to continue to be active in trade conversations here as the February 6th deadline gets a little bit closer. And it's really that forward depth. Like every time you go down the list of the guys that are playing,
right?
And it's Keegan Murray and Trey Lyles are the only forwards on the team. And Trey Lyles, you don't know what you're getting every single night. And I think that he's a good player. He's doing, I think he's playing a fine role for an 8th-9th guy.
Yes.
In how much you're going to have random explosions in nights where
he's
he
your
has
7th.
17.
He's your 7th.
Exactly. And he's probably part of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're talking Trey Lyles, Kevin Huerter are the common, salary matching purposes in any outgoing deal. So that's just another guy that you have to replace. And he's also somewhat of your backup center outside of maybe you're going Alex Len at times, which is why I think backup center is also being mentioned as something that they need here going into the deadline. If you're going to move Trey while you get a Kyle Kuzma, John Collins, Cam Johnson, whatever it may be. But you need more from that bench for sure. And even if you wanted to say that when you make the trade, maybe that means Malik then comes off the bench again, and that makes your bench unit look a little bit better.
Right.
But I do think we can get a little caught up in like the numbers of just straight up how many points is the bench giving you. But last night was one of those of like, damn, Devin Carter didn't even really give you much, on either end of the ball. Kevin Huerter is also doing too much now in his minutes. He's taking these like sidestep threes or a midi he took yesterday.
I said, Brenden.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
We're sitting next to each other, and it's just like, gosh.
That's what we're on now, Kev.
Yeah.
But I don't even, honestly, I would be doing the same thing.
Yes,
I'm trying to prove myself.
It'd be hard not to. I was playing 2K last night. I didn't get a shot in the first quarter. I let it fly in the second, man. He
was going full DeMar DeRozan in the second quarter.
Absolutely.
Just shot after shot. I did have a question because you mentioned the backup center thing. It feels like whenever that comes up, it's like backup center and Jonas Valanciunas are like synonymous in conversations. Shouldn't there kind of be like an exit ramp somewhere other than Valanciunas? Because if they trade for a backup center, they just need someone who's going to play like 9 minutes a game, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think that Valanciunas is maybe I see the logic for sure. And it wouldn't be me expecting him to play alongside Domantas Sabonis or anything, maybe on rare occasions, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think that other names are probably going to be part of that conversation as well, for sure, that aren't flashy and going to be thrown around in trade rumors. Like Day'Ron Sharp is somebody that I've heard is potentially in conversations as part of a Cam Johnson deal, backup center, right. Young guy in Brooklyn over there as well. Or like Mark Richards is somebody that seems to be available a little bit out there. So I think that they for sure will be monitoring other names. And, those aren't names necessarily where I think you're going to see reports of rumors of who's talking to who about what.
Yeah. Let's talk about the trade market on the other side.
Real quick, my bad. Isaac Jones is still kind of sitting there.
And he's been cooking.
I think he has like 70 in 2 straight games here, it combined over the 2 games.
Has he gotten any non-garbage time in the Doug Christie era?
That's a good question. Not that I remember. No.
Yeah.
But I think that part of that also could be that you only have so many games for him with him being a 2-way contract. And it wouldn't surprise me if after the deadline settled that they decide to make him a full-term contract, and then all of a sudden, oh, hey, maybe this is our backup center.
Well, and we'll talk about it more on the other side, but the one thing about winning and losing, you obviously look at adjustments when you lose. I think what we're seeing right now from the Kings is that even when they don't play great, even though they're still sniffing out these W's, we haven't seen as many adjustments. And I get what you're saying about the Isaac Jones thing, but should they be more proactive and just, figure out the amount of games, things like that with an Isaac Jones? Because, yeah, you won last night, but they didn't have Draymond. They didn't have Kuminga. And Brenden, I don't know if you remember Street Fighter. I said they were just spamming the Chun-Li kick and just double teaming. I don't think that was a great lockdown defensive performance as a whole. There was nobody else to guard.
Yeah.
There was nobody else to guard. Tonight is going to be a different beast.
Yeah, you're talking about like spamming a move, though, but if they can't stop that, I'm going to keep doing it.
No, and I agree. I'm just saying most nights you're not going to be able to do that, and we'll see what happens. I am excited to see Keegan on Aaron Gordon, because you remember what happened with DeMar DeRozan on Aaron Gordon the last time the Kings played the Nuggets. More Brenden Nunes, Allen Stiles Show, Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100, the cilantro lime takes it to 200. It makes me want to, tell all my friends and family.
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery. One of the most common questions I receive is what makes us different from other law firms. At Gingery, Hammer & Associates, we handle your case from beginning to end. Whether your case reaches a settlement, whether we need to file suit, or even take it all the way to trial, we will be with you along the entire way. And because we are committed to you and your case, we are as invested as you are in making sure you get the outcome you deserve. If you have an injury, just call Gingery.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time to turn up the volume on live entertainment. Check out the Sactown Sports live events calendar for the hottest events and shows coming your way. On February 18th, catch the incredible Miles Kennedy at Ace of Spades. His powerful vocals and raw talent will leave you speechless. Then gear up for an adrenaline-packed night with a Thunder Showdown boxing event at Thunder Valley on March 8th. Who will come out on top in the ring? Be there to find out. On March 9th, don't miss the legendary John Oates live at the Christie Theater, bringing you iconic hits and timeless melodies. If you're a country fan, mark your calendar for March 16th, when Alexandra Kay brings her heartfelt songs to Ace of Spades for an unforgettable evening. And on March 29th, get ready to rock the night away as Papa Roach and Rise Against take over the Golden One Center with an electrifying performance. Don't miss these amazing events. For more information and your chance to win tickets, head to SactownSports.com. Sactown Sports, your front row seat to the Sacramento area's best live entertainment.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find: happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. DJ LED, Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass for us. If you missed our club, Sacktown, you can rewind on the YouTube. Check that out on the Sacktown Sports app as well. Had a lot of fun. That was at 10:15.
Eventually, it's going to be up on my Twitter too.
That's right.
I don't pay for premium, so it'll only be part of it. But still.
That's all you need. That's all you need. Joined by Brenden Nunes. 30 more minutes with him. Brenden, where are you at with this with these trade conversations? I know we're going to have on Evan Sidery tomorrow, and I know there has been a campaign launched. In the time that we booked Evan Sidery, a campaign was launched, and I'm going to ask Evan about this between the Kings fan base and Evan, the reports that have come out from him. Then you have Mark Stein basically saying that there's been no movement on the Cam Johnson front with the Sacramento Kings because of that price tag. Where are you at as far as what the Kings should do? What are you willing to give up? And all that stuff. Real quick, here it is. There have been no trade talks between the Kings and Nets regarding Cam Johnson in weeks. League source told that to Mark Stein, and that dropped. That was yesterday afternoon. So a lot happening back and forth. But where are you at with all this, Brenden?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Cam Johnson, I think that it's interesting because it's probably a high asking price, which is where it gets a little iffy, right? If Devin Carter is part of the conversation, I think it's hard to say yes to that. Mm-hmm. If we're talking unprotected first round picks, that's a tough thing to just move on from. Yeah. You know, if we're talking, say it's 2028, for example, like you don't know what the team's going to look like at that point. Yeah. The only guy that you feel comfortable saying is going to be on the roster is Sabonis at that point. Maybe Devin Carter, I guess. Keegan Murray. So I guess you have a couple there, but things change very quickly. You don't know what's going to go on with De'Aaron Fox this offseason. So it's a risky position to be in, and you don't want to. I think that we've seen this team be very. I've always used advantageous this front office as a descriptor for them because they jump on deals that are lower asking prices than I think what are typical, which is why John Collins stands out to me, a guy that you could maybe get for a couple second round picks. You know,
but do they have any?
They have two available to them. Yeah. It's one, or I believe it's two, but it's one or two that you could work with, and you can get interesting if you wanted to try to figure out how to get some other second rounders included in a deal as well. Say it's 3-team trade, somebody gets rerouted somewhere and things like that. So I tend to think that Cam Johnson is just going to be a little bit too expensive for them, but that's also obviously dependent on what other teams are offering. And it's all comparative and relative, right? From Brooklyn's perspective. So I would be surprised if Cam Johnson didn't end up being too much out of their price range. But there's a reason that he makes a lot of sense. That's why I do tend to lean towards like the John Collins of the world, though, when we're talking what they might do this deadline.
But you're still, because I know, and like you said, you've always kind of understood why Monty has preached patience, but also just being prepared patience, right? And being prepared to make a move. But there is no, hey, they're 10-2. there's no world where they shouldn't make a move, correct?
No, because like it's fine. They're rolling right now, but this is the same team that just was, what were they, 13 and 19, or at something along that range. And obviously that was before the Mike Brown change going into Doug Christie. But I don't think that this isn't a team that's winning 80% of their games for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
You know, I think just being realistic, and we don't find out a lot about, I think, guys until they go through tumultuous situations, and we haven't seen Doug deal with much adversity yet.
Right.
You know, and you could say obviously that these late comebacks, an 18-point comeback against the Warriors, they've had big comebacks, a front-to-back win against the Warriors, the double overtime game against Miami. Like, yes, you're overcoming adversity on a game-to-game basis, but as you start losing, how does your messaging sound? You know, and so I still think we have a lot to learn about this team, and they need to improve. We talked about the bench production. That needs to be better. And if you want to eventually take this next step and still try to convince De'Aaron to stick around, this team needs to be better if they really want a chance of competing somewhat in the postseason.
Are you a bit surprised? And I know these rookies, a lot can happen. And Devin Carter has been injured, right? Obviously, it took him all this time to be able to play with the shoulder situation. And now he's had some other injuries where he was out, questionable. He gets 3 minutes last night. And I am curious your thoughts on including somebody in the not fully untouchable talks, but hey, we'd rather not move this guy. Maybe I'm being a little bit prisoner of the moment as far as soon as you start playing, you need to be making a large impact. But is it not a little interesting that they're not willing to move a guy, but this dude is getting like 3 minutes a night here and there? Does that have anything to do with De'Aaron Fox and that question mark? Because to be completely honest with you, when I watch Devin Carter, I don't really see a point guard. I'm gonna be honest with you. If De'Aaron Fox moves on, Malik Monk would be the main point guard. They would be looking for a backup. Devin Carter looks like a combo guard to me. We were just talking about Josh Hart during the break, just a scrappy guard, right? A more guard-centric GP2, if you will, and probably with a higher ceiling. But I'm a little bit confused here. I know he's still getting used to the NBA, but you're not moving Devin Carter, but he's not really playing that much either. Do they really think he's going to be one of those dudes that you can't move and you possibly lose De'Aaron Fox? I'm kind of struggling with that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, excuse me, it's the fact that he's played 8 NBA games. Like that's really what it is.
I get it. You know? I get it.
And there's encouraging aspects. There's only so much that you've seen so far, though. And I think it's about more so like what they've seen in practice, his mindset, and sort of just speaking with him. The shot looks encouraging so far, I think. And you see it defensively.
Brenden, he needs touch on those floaters, the layups.
He does. That's something he was really good at in college, though. And I think that's one of the big adjustments to the NBA and where you're seeing it a lot, because he was forcing a lot, especially yesterday. It was pretty tough in it was only a couple of minutes there. But struggling to finish over, I want to say it was Kevon Looney at the time. And it's just, that's the bigs in the NBA are so much different than the NBA. I was talking, or than college, even the G League. I was talking to Mason Jones about this in the locker room yesterday, actually, because we were talking about how Isaac Jones has been going off recently. And he was like, it's just so much different for bigs.
Right.
The bigs in the G League even suck.
Yeah.
Because any good big is going to make it to the NBA.
Right.
You know, and he's like, and there's so many good guards down there because it's just overcrowded.
Right.
When it comes to the amount of talent. So, it's the difference in attacking NBA bigs is just something that's going to be an adjustment. Defensively, I think getting used to people's tendencies when you're guarding some of these best players is going to be a huge part of this. So I think it's been 8 games for Devin Carter. And I think that there is a level of belief in what he can be long-term. And that doesn't make him untouchable. He's not part of that conversation. It's just, this is a guy you just drafted in the lottery. You were surprised he was there at your pick in the first place, potentially because this injury, obviously.
Right.
But you know, you're you're going to have like 7 years of team control of this guy.
No,
is
I get
another
it.
big part of it.
Yeah.
We were just talking about like who's going to be on the team in 2028. This is one of the few guys that you can be like, oh, this guy's going to be around.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So there's a lot of value in that. And you could also say that makes him valuable in a trade for sure. So maybe that comes up. And this is also a team that chose to trade Tyrese Halliburton. And partially because that meant they didn't have to give up any pick assets, you know? So what if the Brooklyn trade ends up being, hey, we don't actually have to include any picks, but we do include Devin Carter. I don't think that's the case. It seems like Brooklyn wants more.
Right.
But just saying that's the case, I could see in a hypothetical world where they could pull the trigger on something like that if it meant that they were saving other assets. And that's why Devin was in a deal. So I don't think he's untouchable, but I think it's been 8 games and there's a lot of reason for optimism about what he can be in the NBA. And they got like a whole lot of team control with this guy.
Well, and again, a night like tonight, they get in at 4 a.m. this morning, and you're dealing with the Nuggets team that has been red hot. I think they're either 7-3 or 8-2 their last 10 games. This might be a night where it's, hey, young buck, you played 3 minutes last night. Let's see what you can do tonight. As a lot of the starters might be laboring. I'm looking here
in Denver.
In Denver, 39 minutes for 35-year-old DeMar DeRozan, 34 minutes for Keegan Murray, 38 minutes for Domantas Sabonis, 37 minutes for Malik Monk, 36 minutes for De'Aaron Fox. You talk about that bench, it's going to have to do something tonight if the Kings are going to take care of business. Let's talk about this road trip. Brenden gives his thoughts on what the Kings are going to do. 6 games on the road, including a Knicks game, Sixers, Timberwolves, Thunder. Let's go ahead and predict those records on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system? And you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
I remember as if it were yesterday. I reached down to move a nightstand and was astonished at the weight of the piece. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At that moment, I instantly recognized the difference between Naturewood's quality furniture that will last a lifetime versus lesser quality furniture found elsewhere. Now, I suppose there's a huge difference in what you'd put in your first apartment and what you would live with in the comfort of your own home. Right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings Made in USA sale is a great time to fill your home with solid, superior quality furniture to reflect your own love for life. With brands like Stanton, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and many more, Naturewood Home Furnishings has tables, chairs, couches, and, yes, nightstands, and more at their Made in USA sale. Find furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Welcome to Staples.
I am so pumped. My business is going to kill it this year.
Awesome. How can I help?
First, a new computer.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you save big on tech.
And new posters.
Save on custom printing, too.
And,
a new chair?
A chair. Who has time to sit?
Maybe all your new clients?
Now you're talking.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you'll find huge savings on custom prints, storage, chairs, and tech. And now save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1.
Wow, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Winter can be tough on your garage doors. So are you sure yours is ready to handle the cold? Well, don't wait for your garage door to break down on a chilly morning. This February, Overhead Door Company of Sacramento is offering their Sweetheart Special, $150 off a garage door with the purchase of a new garage door opener. So don't let winter slow you down. Visit overheaddoorofsacramento.com for your free estimate. And another reason to love the great folks at Overhead Door Company of Sacramento is how consistent they've been with giving back to the community. They have served our region for 70 plus years as a family-owned and operated company, and they give back, as you can join them this Saturday in Elk Grove for Project Ride's 25th annual crab feed, blessing the lives of those with special needs and disabilities. You can reach them at 916-421-3747, 916-421-3747. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
Hey, Sacramento Kings fans, join us at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive Sacramento Kings watch party on Thursday, January 23rd versus Denver, complete with 360-degree viewings, surround sound, MCs, giveaways, and prizes. See you there.
You can finally follow through with that resolution to get into that Jeep, Ram, Dodge, or Chrysler you've always wanted at Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. It's the place where a handshake still means something, getting you the best deals in town with the best customer experience. See for yourself. They're centrally located right next to Hagen Oaks Golf Course.
Wanna see you with it, sure could treat you right. Give me just a minute of your time tonight.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Brenden Nunes has been hanging with us, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports. Brenden, we talked about this yesterday as we're watching the Pacers and Spurs in Paris. We were talking about how Wemby is coming. I always make the joke, Wemby is coming like winter is coming in Game of Thrones. And I use this to say that the Kings should be, if you want to keep De'Aaron Fox, you should be hyper aggressive right now. That's how I see it, because I know the Thunder are outstanding right now, but they're still unproven. After the Thunder, I don't really trust the Rockets. I'm sorry. They don't have a closer. The Grizzlies, I guess they do have experience, but they still haven't gone to the finals or anything like that. You have the Nuggets, who are the Nuggets. It seems pretty open right now. Where are you as far as how aggressive you would be if you're the Sacramento Kings right now? Because you never know one thing that, whether in all of sports, they did the same thing with Dan Marino. He went to a Super Bowl. Nobody really felt bad for him because, he'll be back. Look how good he is. He never won one. Right. And people have done that with Lamar. Lamar still hasn't won one. And you just never know what's going to happen. And I say all that to say, if you look at the Kings and where the Western Conference is now, I get it with those picks that are playing AAU right now, but we don't know what the West is going to look like next season. The Timberwolves, they make a lot of moves. They're going to sit there and say, we made the wrong move, and they are going to try to correct this. The Warriors, they're about to cook this season and do something. I don't know what the Lakers are going to do. All these teams have plans on doing something. The Spurs are going to make a move, as Wemby will now be in year 3. The Rockets are looking for a guy. There's a part of me that thinks, why not be really aggressive now, assuming that you're going to be the West is not going to look like this next season. You're not just going to sit there and let OKC do this every year. Well,
OKC maybe.
They might just do it anyway, but
right.
The number 2 is not going to look like
Oklahoma
this.
City has 4 first-round picks next year.
Take Oklahoma City out of it.
Right.
Everybody else it's not going to look like this next season.
Yeah, I think that the top 4 right now are obviously in their own tier. Well, OKC really by themselves, and then you got that, like you mentioned, Houston, Memphis, Denver, that I think all stand out. But there's no reason to think that you couldn't beat, I would really say Houston specifically in a first-round series. You mentioned them not having a closer. I think Jalen Green's played phenomenally recently and kind of emerging as like, every once in a while he'll have a stretch of like, wait, maybe he could be.
Right,
Maybe he
right,
could be,
right.
you know? And he's on one of those right now. So I think that you do have to be aggressive in giving yourself a chance. Like DeMar DeRozan was just talking about how much he hates the play-in and that they want to be above that. And obviously making a move helps project you there. You're one game behind the 5th seed right now.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. You're also only one game behind or ahead of the 10th seed. So there's 2 games between 5 and 10 right now in the Western Conference. And so I think it's really about trying to solidify yourself as the top of that group rather than, I don't think that there's any move in my mind that's like, all right, this team is a championship contender right away.
I don't think so.
But if you can sneak into if you can get into the second round of the playoffs and have a competitive second round, then you do have positive momentum going into next season, and maybe that means you can mess with something in the offseason and try to move certain guys around, or maybe you're thinking that internally we're going to get better with Keegan and Devin Carter. Is Keon going to get better? A lot of the core guys are still pretty young, and we've seen them get better. Domas is taking a big step as a 3-point shooter this year. Saw De'Aaron take a step last year. So I think it's about making sure that you can be competitive in a postseason series because you need to start building off that.
Right.
And so I think continuing to trend upwards and on that positive trajectory is just what you're aiming for right now. And you need to make a move in order to do that. I would say so.
Yeah. And speaking of where the Kings are at right now, their next 6 games, Brenden, at Nuggets, at Knicks, at Nets, at Sixers, at Thunder, at Timberwolves. Let's discuss your prediction and my prediction and Kyle's prediction as to what the Kings will do. The easy, you know what? Everybody's saying the easy answer here is 3 of 3 or 3 and 3. I don't even know. I think that is easy, but that still requires, if we're picking out the 3, it's Nets, Sixers, obviously, but then everybody's saying, right, out of those 4, you're going to beat one of those teams. You'll either beat the Nuggets, Knicks, Thunder, Timberwolves. Are you sitting at 3 and 3?
I think so. I'm still very skeptical though. Like, I don't know if you remember, but last road trip, I was sitting up here being like, I don't know, man, they might go 0-3.
Yeah.
And then they went 3-0
right.
for what it's worth. So
right.
I'm glad to be wrong. But I'm a little skeptical of, maybe that Minnesota game doesn't go great. You absolutely should take care of business against Brooklyn and Philadelphia. I think those should be no question wins. There's not any just win that you're just walking into in the NBA. You never really know.
They did remember that national game last season where they got beat down by the Sixers without Embiid?
Yes.
So,
yes,
different team. They're different
for sure.
team.
Yeah.
But I'm worried, man. I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think that this is one of those stretches where we're going to find out a lot about this team, and specifically that OKC game. Like, we're talking about how much can you compete truly in the Western Conference. And obviously that's the juggernaut right there. That's your meter test to see how you really can stack up. So I think it's a big one to see how they do going into that one. You're going to have a day rest. I think the Denver game today should tell you a lot too. I know it's the second night of a back-to-back, but these are the ones you kind of got to buck up and show that you can remain competitive for. But they've shown a lot of fight, togetherness, and just, playing for each other throughout this stretch that makes me think that they can be competitive in pretty much all of these games. And, it's hard to bet that they're going to keep rolling to this extent, though. Like 10 of the last 11 is ridiculous for this Kings team right now. I think I'm going to say 4-2, though.
4-2.
I think I'm going to say 4-2.
Okay.
I don't feel great about it.
I agree with Brenden, but feel more confident about it.
There you go.
Well, I'm looking here, and I'm not trying to be negative here because I'll get accused of that.
I don't blame you.
This Nuggets game, the Kings under Doug Christie, they've definitely tried to right some of their wrongs. And we all remember that crazy implosion with, 2 minutes left against the Nuggets, and that was with no Keegan Murray. So they had an opportunity to beat the Nuggets without Keegan Murray. So I think there could be some juice tonight with the Kings understanding that they did drop one against the Nuggets. They should be 1-0 against the Nuggets this season. But the Nuggets are and you know what's funny? The Nuggets were playing much worse at that time. The Nuggets are actually rolling now.
Yeah.
So I'm torn on that one. They haven't beat the Knicks in what feels like forever. They got owned by the Knicks last season at home and in New York. The second time in New York, I think that's when Malik and Herter were hurt. It was towards the end of the season, but they got owned. They owe the Nets. They lost to the Nets at home. Okay, Jordy came home and beat the brakes off the Nets. Let's not forget that. And that was when Dennis Schroeder and Nick Claxton did not play.
Cam Thomas had 34.
Yeah, it was.
Noah Clowney.
They were chucking. Okay, the Sixers, flip a coin if Joel Embiid's playing or not. I wouldn't sleep on them. The Thunder, they're the Thunder, and the Timberwolves. The Timberwolves. It feels like the Timberwolves are in a. I don't know what their record is. When is the last time the Timberwolves got to play the Trailblazers? I feel like they have a tough game every game. They play the Warriors 18 times. Either the Warriors, the Mavs, somebody like that. They've had a tough go this season, and they've beat the Kings a couple times. Kings finally got them. That could go either way. That was the game where they went to overtime when De'Aaron had 60. I don't know, man. I want to be positive, but give me the Nets. Give me the Sixers. Those are W's.
What if we said like have to win at least how many? The 2?
3.
Have to win at least 3.
I think if you want to actually start to avoid the play-in, you need 3.
Right.
It's just a numbers game.
Yeah.
Because 17 out of 23 are on the road. I don't know who we got to look at who the other road games are, but this is 6 of those 17.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like we mentioned, 2 games between 5 and 10 in the West.
You need 3.
Yeah.
And the Timberwolves, yeah, I mean, they got but they're not world beaters, and you've beat them. So you need 3. I can't go 4. I want to go 4-2. I want to ride with you guys, but I'm struggling here. I'm going 3-3.
I don't blame you.
And I'll be happy with 3-3, by the way.
Yeah, I think that there's positive momentum right now for sure. Like I mentioned, guys playing for each other. I think the level of belief is just extremely high with this group. They're fighting a way that I think that they were in that initial Beam Team season, where no matter how much they were down in a game early, you felt like they were going to come back at some point. And that's how I feel with this group right now, and they've definitely been proving it. So I think there's reason for optimism to keep the good times rolling, but just like you went straight from a 6-game losing streak to a 7-game winning streak, things change really fast, and it can go both ways. So not the easiest trip, but after you come back, which they're going to be on the road a lot, but after that trip, you do get Orlando at home, but then it's a little kind on the schedule. You go to Portland, and you're at home against New Orleans, then you go to Dallas, which not the easiest game, obviously, but then you go to New Orleans for 2 games in a row, a back-to-back, little vengeance.
They're getting healthier.
They are rolling a little bit right now.
7-3 their last 10.
They are rolling a little bit right now. But like I said, so after you come back, Orlando, Portland, New Orleans, Dallas, New Orleans, Golden State, Charlotte, Utah. Not bad.
Not bad. Yeah.
Nothing's a walk in the park.
Right. But I'm saying just tread water during this break, and then we can during this road trip, and then we can see what happens next. That's Brenden Nunes. Go check him out, sacktownsports.com. Great work that he does for us, the brains of the operation. Go check him out on X, on Blue Sky, on Red Sky, on Green Sky, all social media. That's Brenden Nunes, our Sacktown Sports Kings insider. Brenden, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, man.
On the other side, it is time. We ready? Kings Nuggets preview. Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports.
3. The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sacktown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's going on for the Start Something New sales event?
Right now, you can lease a new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4x8 plug-in for as low as $319 a month.
for 42 months with $39.95 due at signing. Plus, with 56 MPGE, you'll save thousands at the pump.
And in one of America's favorite SUVs.
Exactly. And that's not it. Not only do we have great deals on new Jeeps, but the Hoblet Family Dealers is growing with a huge selection of used cars at the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter, with over 200 used vehicles available and 40 under $20,000.
Get the new Jeep your family needs. It's waiting at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
Lease of $319 for 42 months before tax and license. Must be California resident for rebates, including $7,500 SFS hybrid electric federal tax credit and $2,500 West SFS lease cash. Must finance through Stellantis. $39.95 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. 30 cents per mile over. Tax and license extra. 5% net savings. Sample MSRP 62,225 in 681,180. See dealer for details.
Intercepted by Fred Warner.
Faithful to the Bay.
Fred gets up and runs back the other way, 30.
Don't miss the excitement of 49ers game day. Secure your spot at Levi's Stadium for the 2025 season.
20, one block and he's in.
Season tickets are available now. Inventory is limited, so to speak with a representative, call 415-GO-49ers.
Touchdown!
That's 415-GO-49ers.
San Francisco!
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Hey, I got you something. What's this? Just a little Galentine's gift from JTV.
Do you mean jewelry television? I love their jewelry. They have the
New customers get $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Their artisan collections, gorgeous.
Are you going to open your gift?
Oh yeah. It's the pearl bracelet.
New customers receive $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Flex Premium Athleisure is softness that plays hard. From the couch to the gym to the office and beyond, Flex gives you premium comfort and style that keeps up with anything without costing everything. Whether you're chasing the ball or chasing the kids, life's a workout. Flex with it. Exclusively at Kohl's. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With over 500 new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Thanks again to Brenden Nunes, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports. One more hour with you as we take you up to 2 p.m. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson, the Drive guys, they got you at 2 to take you up to game night and the pregame. Get you ready for the Kings taking on the Denver Nuggets as we start our preview for the Denver Nuggets. And the Denver Nuggets, we've talked about how they are 8-2. I mean, the one team that the Kings, I wouldn't say wouldn't want to wouldn't want to see, but you got to deal with the altitude. You got to deal with the back-to-back. You have to fly to Denver from your own spot, and the Denver Nuggets are hot right now. Like I said, they've won 3 straight, and they are 8-2 their last 10. So some things working against the Sacramento Kings tonight, but them's the breaks, and you have to find a way to win basketball games, and that's exactly what the Nuggets have been doing. They have the best net rating since December 30th, and that is when the Kings streak started as well. Or excuse me, they have the second best. The Thunder have the best. So Nuggets at 11.3, the Kings at 8.9, Thunder second, Kings number 5, the best offensive rating since December 30th. You have the Kings at number 7, and you have the Denver Nuggets at number 1. Ryan Blackburn will join us in 30 minutes to discuss what in the world has happened out there in Denver, right? There was a lot of conversations. I also want to ask Ryan if he thinks that the Nuggets will do anything at the trade deadline. It wasn't too long ago. It feels like when the Kings were struggling, the Nuggets were struggling, relatively speaking, as well. And there were a lot of conversations about Michael Porter Jr. being moved. They felt like, he's pretty close to his ceiling, and based on what they're paying him and what they're going to ask him to do, and they have a lot of young talent out there with Julian Strother and Christian Brown, dudes like that, what is going to happen with Michael Porter Jr.? But that has really cooled off. The Nuggets also have the highest field goal percentage made in the league this year. We know that Jokic and Domantas Sabonis, it's always fireworks when they get together. And speaking of fireworks, I mean, that last game, that was part of the terrible stretch that the Kings had right before Mike Brown was relieved of his duties, where the Kings were up double digits with 2 minutes left, and they end up blowing that game. And the Nuggets were up big early. And part of that was because Keegan Murray didn't play. DeMar DeRozan kind of got taken care of by Aaron Gordon early. That ended up cooling off, but the Nuggets had a huge lead. The Kings showed a lot of fight. They came back. They took the lead. They go up 10 points, double digits, and with about it was 3 minutes, something like that, left in the game, the Kings implode, and the Denver Nuggets get the W. So that was a wild game. And again, no Keegan Murray in that game, which I think is a really big deal. The Nuggets are going to be pretty darn healthy tonight. Everybody of note is going to be available. The Kings are going to be tired, but healthy as well. So this should be a good one. A lot of great conversations with Brenden Nunes as far as De'Aaron Fox is concerned, how much we are concerned with him. And if you're getting the points from somewhere, ultimately it doesn't really matter. I know personally, I keep on teasing Prop Talk, Kyle, because they're going to call me a madman when this time comes, because it is another Kentucky guard tonight, which I know you can say a lot because Kentucky guards are all over the place. But I do think that De'Aaron takes this stuff personally.
De'Aaron Fox is not to be played with right now.
And a guy like Jamal Murray, and, there have been a lot of conversations about who Jamal Murray is. He deals with it in his own regard, right? Because he's that number 2. He's a champion, never been an all-star. So both have chips on their shoulders for different reasons, and I think that's going to bring the best out of them. And look, that was when a lot of people, I'm now remembering some of the things I said on the air about the Kings during that time, and how you had a guy like Jamal Murray in your house, splash one right there in the Golden One Center, and Jamal Murray really was the dagger shot to win that game. So I would like to think that De'Aaron will have something for him. We all understand in the flow of the game, but one of these games, De'Aaron is going to get tired about, of dudes like me and whoever else saying that he needs to score the basketball more, and he's going to come out and he's going to take care of business. Now, if De'Aaron doesn't score but they win the basketball game, I still have no complaints. It's just when you're looking at a team down 18 last night, in the moment you're wondering, man, this kind of let the game come to me thing, how is that going to work? And it's been working right against a lot of these teams, but against a team like the Nuggets, That could be tough. Kyle, real quick, just off the top of your head, and I'm trying to think as well, because I'm just thinking about the let the game come to you thing. The Wizards, maybe I would say maybe the biggest let the game come to you win is when De'Aaron returned, and I think he returned against the Bucks. Sorry, against the Bulls, and then they won against the Bulls, lost to the Bucks. De'Aaron had 19 against the Rockets. Quieter night. DeMar DeRozan had 33.
Yep.
Malik Monk had 26. So that was another let the game come to him. Doesn't even get to 20 points. The Rockets, the number 2 team in the West. So I guess it's working. What I'm getting at is a team like the Nuggets. Can you afford to do the let the game come to you thing? You went down by 18 last night, and if Steph had anybody else that Kyle had heard of on a G League roster, I don't know if you win that game.
No, the Nuggets are a team where if you go down by 18, you're not coming back.
They did come back big last time they played the Nuggets. I don't know if it was 18.
They did erase that lead. I will give you that. They did erase the lead, but
didn't win the game, and maybe that's in part you're exuding so much energy to get back in the game.
But it also took literally a perfect final 4 minutes for the Denver Nuggets to win that game. Did not miss a shot from the field. Perfect 6 of 6, hit 3 3-pointers, and by the way, DeMar DeRozan bobbles the game winner that would have beat the Nuggets anyway.
That's right. Perfect play call. And I remember getting on the airwaves and saying, could De'Aaron have taken the shot? DeMar was right there. I remember I posted a clip. Was Jokic going to get there in time, even if DeMar caught it? That feels like a lifetime ago.
I know. And I was in the building for that game, and it was my favorite game of the entire season because it was such entertaining basketball. It was so much fun. I know tonight's probably not going to be that, but it was such an entertaining, fun basketball game the last time they played. So, yeah, I'm excited to take on the Nuggets. And to your point, I don't think this is a let the game come to them kind of setup. However, I don't think that matters as much. I think that's just been circumstance of some of these wins is just by circumstance. Malik Monk has this big game, or De'Aaron Fox has a double-double with assists, but maybe doesn't get to 20 points. I don't think it's that black and white, I guess, tonight, of either it will be that kind of game or not, just because of all the circumstances you outlined before. Road back-to-back, the win last night, the Nuggets being at the altitude and everything else in between. I mean, Denver also is just a much better team than when they saw them back in December. I mean,
the Westbrook thing, they've kind of figured that out. He's been balling.
I remember when they played in December, it was like whenever those 4 were on the floor together, which was the big 4, Jokic, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, and Russell Westbrook. When those 4 were on the floor, the Nuggets were just like running roughshod over the Kings. And when it was any other lineup combination, the Kings were like plus 25.
Yeah.
So it's like the big 4 for the Nuggets is humming in a way that I would say the best big 4 in the NBA. Maybe Cleveland is probably ahead of them, but right now, the way the Nuggets are playing, Jokic, Gordon, Murray, and Westbrook are as good of a unit as any in the league.
But I would put the Kings up there too.
I would, specifically in January. I guess I'm going back like 2 months with the Nuggets. But yes, in the Doug Christie Kings, that 4-man. Well, I guess what is the 4? Because we point out all these numbers of like Keon Ellis has positive net ratings when he's on the floor.
No, it's Malik. In my opinion, it's Malik, De'Aaron,
DeMar and
Sabonis. Yeah.
Okay. And then Keegan or Keon, also you get good numbers. But yeah, I mean, the Nuggets, that group of 4 is just unstoppable right now. We'll get into some of the other numbers of Jokic might be playing the best basketball of his entire career. And that's crazy to say because he's a 3-time MVP. And right now he's probably playing the best basketball of his career.
Great. Can't wait. On the other side, we highlight what Jokic has been doing, how the Kings can keep this thing rolling. No altitude, doesn't matter. Get it done. Allen Stiles Show, Sacramento Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Flex Premium Athleisure is softness that plays hard. From the couch to the gym to the office and beyond, Flex gives you premium comfort and style that keeps up with anything without costing everything. Whether you're chasing the ball or chasing the kids, life's a workout. Flex with it. Exclusively at Kohl's. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
The 775? Where that at? Nevada. You say Nevada or Nevada?
Nevada.
Nevada.
Shout out Reno.
Say aunt or aunt?
Aunt.
Huh. You gotta say both. 775 from Nevada.
Do you say caramel or caramel?
Depends.
On.
If it's hard, I'll say caramel.
Interesting.
If it's soft, I'll say caramel.
Someone brought up a great point one time that it's caramel only if it's by the ocean, but it's caramel if it's anything else. If you buy it like on a pier or a boardwalk, it's caramel, but any other time it's caramel.
It's almost spring. It's almost summer. I can't wait. 775 says the Nuggets haven't played but one team in their last 8 games. So let's see if that's true. The Nuggets on Tuesday, the 21st, they beat the brakes off the 76ers, I'm assuming. I think Joel Embiid didn't play because somebody said that Joel Embiid hasn't played since pre-COVID or something insane like that.
Yeah, they were throwing out some things that were around the last time. I think they said the Last Dance hadn't been out yet. Yeah, it's been 5 years.
So they beat the 76ers with no Joel Embiid, 144 to 109. Goodness gracious. They beat the Magic, who the Magic are missing Franz Wagner, but they do have Paolo Banchero back. They beat the Heat, who are dealing with all that Jimmy Butler drama. They beat the Rock. They lost to the Rockets, actually, 128 to 108. They beat the Mavericks, who, of course, are missing Luka. They had a 2-game set against the Mavericks, and they won both of those games, and, of course, no Luka. They beat the Nets. They beat the Clippers, I don't know if, let's see if Kawhi played that game. Kawhi it feels like he didn't, and he did not. Kawhi didn't play that game. James Harden did, and Norman Powell did. Norman Powell dropped 30, but yeah, no Kawhi. So I'll give you that. They lost to the Celtics, 118 to 106. They beat the Spurs twice in a 2-game set of 2-game back-to-back. Excuse me. They lost to the Spurs and then beat the Spurs January 3rd and January 4th, beat the Hawks and beat the Jazz. 775, you might be onto something. Might be onto something. They haven't really beat great teams their last 10 games.
Yeah, but I'm going to counter the 775's point here just to point out, with the way Nikola Jokic is playing, I don't think it matters the opponent that they're playing.
It does matter the opponent.
Okay, hater.
I'm not a hater. It matters.
Okay, well, let me give you the numbers just so you have context. This is Nikola Jokic over the last 4 games against those. What'd you call them? Nobody opponents. What did the text line call it?
No, they said that the Nuggets have only played one team in their last 8 games.
Okay, so against the teams that are not teams, here's what Nikola Jokic has done. 27 points, 13 rebounds, 10 assists. Didn't play in the fourth quarter because they were winning. Next game, 20 points, 14 rebounds, 10 assists. Didn't play in the fourth quarter. 24 points, 12 rebounds, 10 assists. Didn't play in the fourth quarter. 10 points, 14 rebounds, 10 assists, triple-double. You guessed it. Did not play in the fourth quarter. Nikola Jokic is the first player in NBA history to put up 4 triple-doubles in 4 straight games without playing a single minute in the fourth quarter.
How many?
4 consecutive triple-doubles in 3 quarters in 4 straight games.
The last 4 games?
The last 4 games, Nikola Jokic has put up 3-quarter triple-doubles.
That's because they're trash teams.
Allen. 4 consecutive triple-doubles.
That is impressive.
In 3 quarters.
But Kyle, that is impressive. But you can't, but again, you can't sit here and it is impressive regardless. I'm not trying to take anything away from what Jokic has been doing. Okay, I'm not saying that. What I am saying is you can't sit there and say the opponent doesn't matter. They lost to the Rock. They played a good team. They lost to the Rockets.
Well, Jokic didn't play in that game.
He didn't?
Jokic didn't play in the Rockets game.
Okay.
But he played in the Mavericks, Heat, Magic, and Sixers, which is where they're
so Magic missing Franz Wagner, the Sixers missing Joel Embiid, the Heat, who are a soap opera.
I mean, the Kings barely beat that team.
It was different then. The Mavericks missing Luka twice. The Nets, who are waiting for Cooper Flag. The Clippers missing Kawhi, and they lost to the Celtics.
Am I taking crazy pills? 4 consecutive 3-quarter triple doubles.
No, it's incredibly impressive. It's incredibly impressive. Nobody's saying it's not impressive.
It's maybe the best basketball he's played at any point in his career. And again, he's won 3 MVPs. And right now, if you look at efficiency rating and VORP and LeBron and all those stats.
Yeah, we're not looking at that.
Okay, but if you do, he's number 1 in the MVP this year. It's him and Shea, and everyone else is chasing for a distant third.
The dude. He's the guy.
He might win 4 MVPs, and this is one of the best stretches of basketball he's ever played that the Kings are walking into.
So they can win the whole thing, the Nuggets?
Well, the Nuggets,
that's what I want to know.
I would say right now they're the second best team in the West, behind OKC.
They are the second. Yes, I trust them the second most in the West.
Yes, I think they, despite not having as good a record as Memphis and Houston, I believe the Nuggets are a better team than both of them.
Agreed.
And they also should probably trade Michael Porter Jr.
Well, and that's why we're going to talk to Ryan Blackburn in a couple minutes here. The SAC chat. O LeBron, D LeBron, A LeBron, B LeBron.
One fish, two fish, red fish.
And that's I'm reading to Baby Styles now. Kyle's going to get Baby Styles. Her birthday's coming up. Kyle's going to get Baby Styles a gift.
Yes, a Kyle Draper cameo.
No. It's going to be an O LeBron book. It's going to be O LeBron by Dr. Seuss, by Dr. Ledbetter.
When we have more time, by DJ LED. When we have more time, I will put together the rhyming book of nerd stats.
I don't want them.
Maybe that'll be a summer project, but at some point I'll do a children's book with all the nerds.
That is definitely a summer project. 916 Folsom Mike says this is a hard bleep road trip. If we come out 5-1, you got to say this is a championship caliber team. Am I wrong? Folsom Mike. They go 5-1 on this road trip. You'd have to consider them a contender. And Sam Amick, real quick, this morning said he said they're competitive, but I wouldn't consider them a championship contender. Something, I'm paraphrasing, something to that level. They go 5-1 on this road trip. Yeah, I would say they're a championship.
I would say conference final contender, because even Folsom Mike can't even say if they beat the Thunder, right? Because the Thunder are on this road trip.
But that goes to the conversation of what is championship caliber, and I'm air quoting here, right? It just means, is there a belief? Championship caliber to me means you're not taking crazy pills if you think this team can win.
Yeah,
the whole thing.
It means, and I feel like we're getting to that point now, they can compete in a 7-game series against the Nuggets.
Right.
And if we just said the Nuggets are the second best team in the West, then therefore they can compete for being one of the 2 or 3 teams that are the best in the West. And then maybe you're one injury away from being a championship contender.
It all matters how things look, right? If they go 5-1, but they get their doors blown off by the Thunder, we'd be really, really happy, but we might still think, man, there are levels to this, right? But if they beat the Thunder and let's say they lose to the Knicks in the Garden, I think that's their 5-1. They lose to the Knicks in the Garden and Karl Anthony Towns. I'd probably say that.
Well, I need some clarification. I thought the Garden is only in Boston. Is the Madison Square Garden also the Garden?
I don't know.
I thought the Garden is
I throw them all together. It's all cold. It's all cold up there. That I just put them all together.
I thought that's the Garden, but then the Garden is in Boston.
TD Garden.
Yeah. I don't know. I just need a clarification on that.
Well, you clarify it yourself, all right?
To your point, though, we play the schedule game all the time, and we say even if the Kings go 7-0 for the entire rest of the season and finish undefeated, they still won't catch the Thunder. I think it's just...
But as 2 seed, you would believe is a championship caliber team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Nuggets are the 4 seed, and I believe they're a championship caliber team.
That's because they've done it before. All right.
And they have Jokic.
Ryan Blackburn, speaking of the Nuggets, who covers the Nuggets for Mile High Sports and the host of Locked On Nuggets, he joins us on the other side as Kyle looks up G LeBron and Z LeBron stats. Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sacktown Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray, straight away for 3, and Keegan knocks down the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Keegan Murray, and you're listening to the home of Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Sunshine, a light winds expected, highs in the mid-60s. Overnight lows will tumble back down to the 30s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The new year is here. Time for a new car. Coach Christie here urging you to upgrade to a new Kia right now. You might even end up with a lower payment. Go see my friends at Folsom Lake Kia.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 113 through 124. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store at Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Maida Chevy saves you $8,000 off MSRP on new 2025 half-ton Silverado LT and RST after rebates.
Resolve to save now with $8,000 off new Silverados at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details. Last 2011 or newer Chevrolet.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. SubcontractorsUnited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Hey, Sacramento Kings fans, join us at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive Sacramento Kings watch party on Thursday, January 23rd versus Denver. Complete with 360-degree viewings, surround sound, MCs, giveaways, and prizes. See you there.
This 49er injury report is brought to you by Jeremy Winter, attorney at law. He cares because he's been there. After an injury-plagued 2024 season, which ended 6-11 and out of the playoffs, the 49ers will focus on getting healthy in the offseason. Running backs Christian McCaffrey, Jordan Mason, and Isaac Guerrero all suffered season-ending injuries. Left tackle Trent Williams' ankle kept him out late in the year, and Brock Purdy missed the season finale with a hurt elbow. 49ers hope to enter 2025 with a full roster back intact.
Serious accident. You deserve the law offices of Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237. Jeremy lost his mother in a car accident and knows firsthand the pain caused by tragedy. That is why he became an attorney to fight for others who are going through a tragedy. If you've been seriously injured in an accident, you deserve more. You deserve better. You deserve Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the ultimate lunch lineup boasts wall-to-wall sports and scenic views. When you're hungry and in a hurry, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Intercepted by Fred Warner.
Faithful to the Bay.
Fred gets up and runs back the other way 30.
Don't miss the excitement of 49ers game day. Secure your spot at Levi's Stadium for the 2025 season.
20, one block and he's in.
Season tickets are available now. Inventory is limited, so to speak with a representative, call 415-GO-49ers.
Touchdown!
That's 415-GO-49ers.
San Francisco!
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports. 30 more minutes with you, and we are joined by Ryan Blackburn, who covers the Nuggets for Mile High Sports and host of Locked On Nuggets. Ryan, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Alan. I appreciate you having me on. It's always nice to chat with somebody out of market.
There you go. Well, Ryan, let's start here. Let's just be honest now. The Kings, they had to play the Warriors at home. They get in at 4 a.m. into Denver, got to deal with the altitude. Let's focus on the altitude. Do Nuggets fans acknowledge that this is an advantage, or it's maybe not fair, or is it just, hey, them's just the breaks, that it is what it is? How do Nuggets fans feel about the altitude that a lot of other fans complain about?
Nuggets fans like to talk about it a little bit when they're talking about, hey, it's going to be really challenging for you. But whenever everybody's like, hey, we lost because of the altitude, Nuggets fans then kind of flip the script a little bit and say, no, you lost because you're worse. That's the reason. So it's always they kind of talk out of both sides of their mouth on that front. But the real issue when flying into Denver, I gotta say, it's not just the altitude, it's the distance of the airport to the arena and to the hotels. Like it's probably about a 45-minute drive, hour-long drive after that. So they may have gotten in at 4. They weren't in bed and sleeping until about 6 a.m., I got to imagine.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think they, to that point, and G-Man, who does the broadcasting for us on the station, they got in at about 2:50, 2:30, and then lights were out around 4. So you would know. I mean, that's crazy, man. But look, no excuses. Kings got to take care of business. They've both been taking care of business, the Kings and the Nuggets. Kings 9-1, and when you look at the other hot team, the other hottest team in the NBA, who you wouldn't want to face off a back-to-back with that altitude, it's the Denver Nuggets, 8-2, their last 10. What has been working for the Nuggets right now? You got Westbrook in the starting lineup. What's working for the Denver Nuggets?
Yeah, Denver's turned around their season in a big way. And of course, congrats to you guys as well for being able to flip this thing around. It's been a big deal to watch. Denver, the offense is never the issue with the Nuggets, right? Like they've got Nikola Jokic. Jamal Murray was a little bit shaky to start the season. He's back to normal now. Offense is never really going to be the issue with the Nuggets, but their defense in the month of January has been a lot better. They capitalize on fast breaks. They don't give a lot of second chance opportunities anymore. They don't really turn you over that much, but they've just been playing better defensively over the course of this time, and that's made their offense even easier to operate in the fast break. So it is like they come at you in waves in a lot of these games, and Denver started games a lot better, but really where they get to work is in the second half, third quarter, fourth quarter. They really try to put teams away at that point, and they've been very successful so far.
Talking to Ryan Blackburn, who covers the Nuggets for Mile High Sports, also host of Locked On Nuggets. Ryan, I want to be careful what I say here because I'm not trying to put anybody in a box. Just speaking from Sacramento, I think even though we're the state capital, kind of looked at as a small market, and we're just trying to get to the second round. That would be outstanding. To be a market like Denver, whatever level of market you identify, how do you view the conversation of championship or bust? You have somebody like Jokic, but you're not in LA, you're not a Boston, somewhere like that. How does Denver as a whole view this time that they're having with Nikola Jokic, and whether or not it should be a championship or bust the whole time you have arguably the best player in the NBA?
Oh, it's a great question, and you give a lot of great context to it as well. The Nuggets hadn't won a championship in their 47-year history up until they won it in 2023. And you see where Jokic is at in his level. The 3 MVPs, he's on track to at least compete for a 4th one this year. Mm-hmm. You see that, and you start to pair Jokic and put him against holy cow, the Jordans, the LeBrons, the Kobes, the Shaqs, the Kareems, this upper echelon of player that nobody's ever really reached in Denver before. Nuggets fans know they're never going to have another Nikola Jokic, so you want to capitalize on this as much as possible. So yes, there is a lot of pressure. It's not just one and done for this Nuggets group. They're trying to capitalize on it. They want to see how many more they can extract out of Jokic during this time. They know how unbelievable he is, how impressive he is as a player. They know this is their best opportunity as a franchise that they will probably ever have. So they're going to try to get as many as possible out of it.
With that being said, talking to Ryan Blackburn, covers the Nuggets for Mile High Sports and host of Locked On Nuggets. With that being said, the trade deadline 2 weeks away. And look, the Nuggets might be one of the only teams in the NBA I haven't seen connected to Cam Johnson. Ryan, I'm so sick of talking about Cam Johnson. I just want to find out if the Kings are going to, whoever is going to get him or not. This is worse than the Pascal Siakam thing to me at this point, Ryan. As far as the Nuggets are concerned, Michael Porter Jr. was a name that had come up, but it feels like that got a little bit quieter because the Nuggets got heated up and started winning games. Do you think that the Nuggets will make any moves at the trade deadline? Are you hearing anything about what Denver will do?
Yeah, they'll continue to call everybody. They'll continue to try to get better on the fringes. But the Zach LaVine conversation that they were having at the beginning of the year, a lot of that was connected to Murray's struggles. A lot of that was because Michael Porter is the only guy that they can actually legally trade. So they were doing their due diligence, trying to see what they could do. There were some rumors that came out early in the season, but to your point, Denver's really turned things around since then. So if it were, I think what we're seeing at this point right now is the Nuggets kind of quieted on that front and know that, hey, you've got a really good opportunity with this current core. Don't necessarily have to break things up and make things that much different, but a smaller trade. They've been tied to guys like Chris Boucher. There are some other names that they've had out there. Bruce Brown, they want to see if they can get a reunion with. I don't think that that's going to happen, but there are some other smaller names on the bench that they could probably try to add. Denver, if there is a major weakness for Denver's rotation, it is the bench. It's trying to figure out who around the starters and Russell Westbrook they have. But I do think they'll try to do what they can, and we'll see whether they actually will.
That actually leads me to my last question, Ryan, and thank you so much for joining us. You know, out here, there's conversations about Keegan Murray being untouchable, conversations about Devin Carter, even though he's only played a couple games. A lot of people think he'll be the steal of the draft. We use the Denver Nuggets as one of the models, right? The championship model for a non-major market, because you guys added Aaron Gordon. You started to make your way in the playoffs, and you kept on adding pieces. You added KCP at that time. When you look at your young players, right, and you speak about the bench, Julian Strawther, Christian Brown, Peyton Watson, where is the priority? All these dudes just pop up whenever you play the Nuggets. What's the priority list on what the Nuggets and that organization, who they see as the future versus guys that they're playing out of necessity?
Well, right now they're playing everybody out of necessity because they don't have a ton of talent on the end of their bench. So they're trying to go through it and figure out exactly who they can rely upon going forward. But really, it is the current core. It's Jokic, it's Murray, it's Porter, it's Gordon. They just gave extensions to Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon. They know that those guys are going to be around for a little bit. Jokic, as long as he's here, he'll be a major piece of what they're doing. So whether Porter is a guy that they continue to have around, I don't know. They're still trying to figure out what they are looking for with Strawther, Brown, and Watson. I think you can argue any of those guys could be a part of their core, and you could argue that none of them are a part of their core because they don't fully know exactly who they're going to commit to going forward. But given that they're just second and third year players, they've got a little bit of time, they've got a little bit of flexibility. This upcoming playoff run, I think, will be very big in determining exactly who they know that they're going to commit to going forward. But until that happens, until they go through those trials and tribulations, I'm not sure you can make a determination one way or the other.
Ryan Blackburn covers the Nuggets for Mile High Sports, host of Locked On Nuggets. Go check him out. Go throw him a follow on social media. Ryan, thank you so much for joining. I would tell you good luck. Good luck the rest of the season, just not tonight. Thanks so much. Let's talk again soon.
Thanks, Alan. I appreciate you having me on.
That was Ryan Blackburn, covers the Nuggets for Mile High Sports, host of Locked On Nuggets as well. Whitey Gleason joins us. Dog segment, prop talk, predictions. 15 more minutes with you. Allen Stiles Show, Sacramento Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
It's all on his shoulders. Rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
This is Monster Jam. Witness big air, two-wheel skills, backflips, and all-out racing. It's the only place to see the world's best drivers tear up the dirt in your favorite Monster Jam trucks like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Megalodon, and more. It's big-time fun for the whole family. Monster Jam, as big as it gets. Coming to Golden One Center this week. Brought to you by BKT Tires. Lock in your seats today at MonsterJam.com.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
I don't feel so good. You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep. Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's great.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
Bombas makes the most comfortable socks, underwear, and T-shirts.
Warning, Bombas are so absurdly comfortable you may throw out all your other clothes.
Sorry, do we legally have to say that?
No, this is just how I talk, and I really love my Bombas.
They do feel that good. And they do good, too. One item purchased equals one item donated.
To feel good and do good, go to bombas.com/radio and use code radio for 20% off your first purchase. That's bombas.com/radio and use code radio at checkout.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
How about you try something new this year? A resolution to enjoy what you drive. And the only way to guarantee that is at Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. And it's not just because they're centrally located right across from Hagan Oaks Golf Course or their huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. It's because their general manager, Chuck Dean, and this team, they really take the time to get to know you and your goals. To them, it's not just about a car sale. It's about building generational relationships with someone you can trust. That's why people come from all over, Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, it's where a handshake still means something.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer and Associates. When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust, along with my entire team. I have been helping accident survivors recover compensation for their injuries for 25 years, and we can help you. There is no charge for calling. If you have an injury, just call Gingery.
Hey, it's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, and the regular season is over, but the high hand bonuses, those are not. $500 per primetime football game, whether it's weekend, Monday night, whatever it may be. And those bonuses available until the season ends, including the big game on February 9th. Capital Casino, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com. Please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Listen for the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with Johnny Mosley to get the latest weather conditions in Tahoe throughout this snow season. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
$15 more minutes with you, joined by the ghost of Whitey Gleason. If you're in the car, I see a Pepsi Cola, headphones, a phone, a pen, a nice jacket, a very nice backpack, but no nice man. Whitey Gleason decided, because we still have to do prop talk. Thanks again to Ryan Blackburn, by the way. Great stuff. I'm worried about the Nuggets now tonight, by the way, between Kyle saying it's the next coming of Wilt Chamberlain and Michael Jordan, and a combination of. Are you coming back? This is Whitey Gleason.
I forgot my phone.
Whitey Gleason does not join us. He's too cool for school.
What do you mean? He's hanging back here with me. We're having a great time together.
This is what happens when the Kings win some games. Everyone starts to feel themselves a little bit, and we got too many divas in here. All right, I'm the only real team player. I'm the only one who does. Does anyone work anymore? Does anyone do crosstalk anymore? Huh? It's just me.
What do you mean? Whitey's right here.
If Draper's the LeBron James And by the way, did I talk about the fortune cookie on the air yet?
I don't think so. Maybe it was a day I wasn't here.
So they had fortune cookies and Whitey's laughing because he said, you're going to talk about this on the air, aren't you? And I can do it without Whitey judging me because he's not in here. So they gave us fortune cookies for Lunar New Year in the media room.
While you were fasting.
I did technically fast from 5 p.m. 2 days ago to 5 p.m. yesterday. And that's not how it was originally drawn up, but that's what it was. And Jason Ross called me out too. Okay, well, Whitey's coming back now. I don't know what's going on. And I got this fortune cookie, and it says they're all Kings basketball related. And mine said, your energy makes you an excellent sixth man.
Right.
And now Whitey's back to roast me.
No,
of course he's back to roast me.
You don't understand what that means because of the context. Like you said, they're all Kings related.
Yeah.
In Kings lore, the sixth man is all the great fans. So it's saying you're a great fan. That's what
worse.
it says.
I'm not even on the team.
Wait, I'm confused. What are you interpreting it as?
Like,
I'm not a starter.
Good enough to start. It's like, well, nobody who gets the fortune cookies is going to be playing for the Kings, Allen.
Why not?
I need to know what, because I don't understand. They're all Kings related.
Yes, and they gave them away at the game last night, and everybody in the media room, we got it with dinner. And then there's also a QR code where you could exchange it for prizes. And it said, make sure you scan this before, because some of them expire at midnight. And I was like, well, I threw mine away. I didn't know that.
Normally, if you like the fortune, and I don't know if you ever heard of this, Whitey, if you like the fortune, you eat it.
The cookie?
Really?
The paper.
No, I hadn't heard that.
I've never heard of that one.
I'm not doing that. Mine was,
and I'm definitely not eating a 6-man paper.
Your positivity rings like a cowbell or something like that.
That's a good one.
I get it.
That's clever. Okay, I like that.
Yeah. So yours was just, you've got a lot of energy. You're a great fan. No, I want to be in the starting lineup of the Kings. I'm insulted. I'm Allen.
I did not eat that. Well, so I used to eat the paper, and now.
I thought he was kidding, but I think
I've
he's
never
serious.
heard
I'm
of
serious.
this.
If you like your fortune, you eat the paper.
I thought it was you eat the cookie.
No, then when I got older, I stopped eating the paper and started eating the cookie if I liked it. Last night, I did not eat the cookie.
So when you were a child, the point of a fortune cookie was to eat the paper and throw out the cookie.
I would eat the cookie too, but if I like the fortune, I'd eat the paper. That's not, everybody knows that.
Sure.
Everybody knows that.
Heard that one.
All right, Kyle, we got prop talk. And everybody knows what I'm taking today. That's why I told Whitey to come in, because this is going to be quick. I don't know what you're taking, Kyle, though.
Well, do you want to just tell people what you're going to take since you've been teasing it for 5 hours?
Okay, so I was texting my buddies, and I was getting roasted because they are listening to the show, and I said, guys, it's a numbers game. De'Aaron Fox is going over 23.5, and De'Aaron Fox said, bleep your parlay. De'Aaron Fox did not go over 23.5, and I told them I'm banning him. I'm banning De'Aaron Fox points, but I slept on it. I woke up this morning
and saw the line dropped.
And I saw the line drop 0.5, and you got DeMar DeRozan, who's 35 years old, coming off a back-to-back. You have Malik Monk, who has been doing his thing. Everybody's tired. De'Aaron was kind of the decoy yesterday. It's a Kentucky guard on the other side. Jamal Murray, he made essentially the game-closing shot in your building. Kyle, give me De'Aaron Fox over 23 points. It's going to hit. It's going to hit. It's going to hit.
Take them while they're down.
Thank you, De'Aaron. It's tonight.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
It's tonight. That's what I'm doing.
All right. Well, since I'm going to do the Allen Stiles hedge here, because that seems to be the best strategy. Malik Monk, 18.5 points. That's hit in each of the last 3 games for the Sacramento Kings. So you know what? I'll take Malik Monk. I'm also, the last time they played the Nuggets, I think Jokic's points, rebounds, assists was at like 52 or something like that. And I just took it just to take it. Like, it's at an all-time 51.5, and I'm just like, it's calling to me, but at the same time, I'm like, everyone's saying Jokic is going to put up some ridiculous stat line and sit the fourth quarter and do everything he's been doing. So
he is not sitting the fourth quarter tonight. I can tell you that much.
Well, yeah, he is, because the Kings are going to be up 30. Okay. Am I right?
Yeah, good save there.
Anyways, I'm gonna go all the way with Malik Monk, 18.5 points. He's gonna get it.
18.5. I like that too. This was as of 11 a.m. this morning. 11 a.m. this morning, they have the Nuggets minus 7.5.
Yeah.
What?
What's your problem?
That's insane. The Kings are the hottest team in the NBA.
Yeah, this is the second game of a back-to-back at altitude.
Wow.
Against a team that also has won 5 in a row, or 4 or 5.
Give me the Kings to cover. That's easy right there. I can't even believe that's disgusting to me.
I will also throw out one more point. That's just an interesting nugget, if you will.
Go on. Who are you even rooting for today, Kyle?
I do love some Jokic, but of course, anyways, besides the point. So on the money line right now, 93% of the money is coming in on Nuggets minus 360. I know that sounds like a lot of numbers, but basically what it's saying is that Vegas will lose a lot of money if the Kings lose tonight, but they will make a lot of money if the Kings pull off the upset. So in theory, the house is on the Kings to win on altitude.
I like that. And the kid knows numbers, Whitey. I tried to tell you.
He does.
So if, those giant casinos were built on the backs of games like that, so the house is saying they like the Kings on the back-to-back.
I know Kyle doesn't know what a TI-84 calculator is. Jay, you know what that is. You remember TI-84 calculators? That's right. All right, Kyle, we're almost out of here. I should have left Whitey behind the glass.
Yes, I should have.
I think now they're up to like TI 180 or something.
Kyle, let's let the dogs out.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
All right, Kyle. Do you have a dog ready for tonight?
Well, so I have to save the DeMar DeRozan one because now he's scored 30. Right. He's scored over 30 every time I pick him. So we gotta be careful with that one. I want to go Devin Carter, but I don't know how many minutes he's going to get tonight. So I guess if we're going, yesterday I had Keon for my prop talk. Didn't go the way I was hoping it would.
No. He covered.
Did he end up getting 6.5?
Yeah, he got 8 points.
Oh, he did get to 8.
Yes.
Okay, that last one put him over then because I thought.
Yeah, you hit. I did not.
I thought he was at 5, so that makes me feel better. I'm trying to figure out who is going to be getting minutes because you talked about DeRozan's coming up on the back-to-back tonight, and I think I'm going to go Ellis Island tonight.
Okay.
I don't feel great about any dogging out for the Kings, but I'm going to take Ellis Island for my dog.
I really just be chilling for real.
Thank you so much, Keon Ellis. And I am riding your wave, Kyle, with DeMar DeRozan, the minutes he played. It's Trey Lyles time. Trey Lyles movement. Trey Lyles, my dog tonight. I think Trey Lyles we're due for a hot Trey Lyles shooting night. I think it's going to happen tonight. All right, we got to get out of here. Thank you for listening to the Allen Stiles Show. Thank you to Kyle, doing a great job as always. DJ LED opened up the club at 10:15. Thank you to our callers, texters, sack chatters. Thank you to Brenden Nunes. Thank you to Ryan Blackburn of Locked On Nuggets. The Drive Guys are coming up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Until tomorrow, secure the bag like the Nuggets beam.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
We do not care.
Honestly, I'm booing myself.
Gotta go.
De'Aaron Fox plays here.
Stolen by Fox. Breakaway coming up for De'Aaron. And a simple, casual spike to the left hand.